So what's up guys, welcome back to our YouTube channel. So today we're gonna see what if Deku inherited Death Bringer quirk. Don't worry, I'm not gonna host the entire video, but if you enjoyed the video, please leave a like and also subscribe the channel if you're new here. So let's get started.
What if Deku inherited a Deathbringer quirk? Chapter 1, The Reaper's Trial. The morning air tasted like rust and anticipation. Izuku Midoriya stood before the Taze of UA High School with his hands buried deep in his pockets, watching the flood of hopeful students surge past him like a river parting around a stone. They laughed, chatted nervously, compared QUIRKs with the easy confidence of people who'd never been told their power was wrong. No one got within 3 meters of him. It wasn't deliberate, or maybe it was. Izuku had stopped trying to figure out if people avoided him consciously or if his presence just triggered some primal instinct to maintain distance. Either way, the result was the same bubble of space that had followed him since he was 4 years old. He flexed his fingers inside his pockets, feeling the familiar tingle of suppressed energy. Reaper's gift never truly slept. It hummed beneath his skin like a second heartbeat, patient and hungry. 12 years of control meant he could touch a doorknob without turning it to dust, could shake someone's hand without watching their life force spiral into his palm like water down a drain. Didn't mean anyone wanted to test it. Excuse me. A girl's voice cut through his thoughts. Sorry, coming through. Izuku stepped aside automatically, then blinked as he registered what he'd seen. A girl with brown hair and rosy cheeks stumbled past, arms windmilling as she fought for balance. Her foot caught on absolutely nothing, sending her pitching forward. His hand shot out before he could think. Fingers closed around her wrist. The world snapped into hyperfocus. There, the death mark, invisible to anyone else, bloomed across her skin like frost spreading across glass. Faint, distant, an old woman's death, peaceful. Surrounded by loved ones, decades away. Good, natural. Whoa. The girl's quirk activated on instinct. Suddenly weightless, she floated upright with a startled laugh. That was close. Thanks so much. I'm such a klutz before. She looked down at where his hand gripped her wrist. Her eyes widened. Izuku released her immediately, stepping back. Sorry. But she didn't recoil. Didn't stumble away with that look he knew so well, the one that said monster louder than words ever could. Instead, she tilted her head, studying him with genuine curiosity as she really ASED her quirk and settled back to the ground. That's an intense grip. She rubbed her wrist, grinning. You must be pretty strong. I'm Ochako Uraraka. Are you here for the entrance exam too? Yes. He waited for recognition to dawn. For her smile to freeze and crack. Awesome. Man, I'm so nervous I could throw up. But also excited. Is that weird? She pressed her hands to her cheeks. Sorry, I'm rambling. What's your name? He hesitated. Izuku Midoriya. Nothing. No flicker of recognition, no sudden tension. Either she'd lived under a rock for the past year, or she genuinely didn't care out the controversy that had followed him since his quirk had been publicly registered. Well, good luck, Midoriya. Ochako gave him a thumbs up. Maybe we'll both get in and end up classmates. She bounced away into the crowd before he could respond, leaving him standing there with the ghost of warmth still tingling in his fingertips where he'd touched her skin. Weird. Izuku shook his head and started walking. The main examination hall loomed ahead, all glass and steel and the weight of impossible dreams. He'd prepared for this his entire life. Trained until his knuckles bled and his muscles screamed. Studied hero techniques and battle strategies with an obsession that worried his mother. Because if he was going to overcome the stigma of Reaper's gift, he needed to be undeniable. Perfect wasn't good enough. He needed to be exceptional. The crowd funneled into the massive auditorium, thousands of applicants filling seats in a rising tide of nervous energy. Izuku found a seat near the back, away from the clusters of chattering students. From here, he could see everything: the stage where Present Mike would give his presentation, the exits, the layout of the room. Old habits. His quirk didn't just let him drain life, it made him intimately aware of mortality in all its forms. Structural weaknesses in buildings. The way a person's breath pattern changed before they attacked. The eyes moment when flesh would yield to force. He'd learned to see the world through death's eyes, and you couldn't unsee that. Listeners. Present Mike's voice exploded through the speakers, making half the auditorium jump. Welcome to today's live performance. Everybody say HEEY. Silence. Awkward, uncomfortable silence. Wow, tough crowd. Okay, let's talk rules. Izuku pulled out his notebook as present mic launched into the explanation of the practical exam. 4 types of villain bots, point values, 10-minute time limit, urban setting. Standard stuff. He'd expected this, had planned for it. Then present Mike's expression shifted, just slightly. The professional enthusiasm dimmed for a fraction of a second as he glanced at something off stage. Now then, most of you will be participating in battle-centered tests Alpha through Eta. However, he paused. A small number of applicants with quirks designated as hazardous or high risk will be participating in a separate examination. If your application number is called, please proceed to the special examination wing. A ripple of whispers spread through the crowd. Izuku felt his stomach tighten. Application numbers 2-1-8-7-3-5-6-2-4-9-1-1-7-2-3-4 and 8-8-8-8. Please make your way to Wing D immediately. An instructor will meet you there. Izuku checked his number. 8888. Of course. He stood, aware of every eye tracking his movement. The whispers grew louder. Someone near the front pulled out their phone, probably already searching his name. By the time he reached the aisle, the murmurs had resolved into coherent words. That's him. The one with the death quirk. Heard he killed someone when it manifested. Why would Ua even let someone like that? Izuku kept walking. Spine straight, expression neutral, giving them nothing. The enormous doors at the back of the auditorium led to a stark white corridor, empty except for a single person waiting at the far end. Eraserhead. The underground hero leaned against the wall, looking half asleep despite the fluorescent lights. His capture scarf hung loose around his shoulders, and his dark eyes tracked Izuku's approach with the lazy focus of a predator. Sitting whether something was worth the effort of hunting. Midoriya, Eraserhead said. Not a question. Yes, sir. Follow me. They walked in silence through corridors that grew progressively more utilitarian. Gone were the polished floors and inspirational posters of the main campus. This was the infrastructure behind UA's gleaming facade. Bare concrete, exposed pipes, heavy security doors that required Eraserhead's handprint to open. 3 other students waited in a sparse briefing room. 2 boys, 1 girl. They looked up as Izuku entered, and he catalogued them automatically. First boy, tall, lean, with silver hair and a nervous energy that manifested in constantly shifting weight between feet. His hands sparked with pale blue light. Death mark showed electrocution, but decades away. PR. Obably electrical quirk with risk of feedback. Second boy, built like a tank, with stone-textured skin and eyes that held too much weight for someone their age. Death mark was strange, fractured, multiple possible outcomes overlapping. Transformation quirk, maybe. Something that made his biology unstable. Girl. Average height, black hair pulled into a severe ponytail. She watched Izuku with clinical detachment, and when their eyes met, he saw his own death mark reflected in her pupils. She could see them too. Some kind of precognition or death-adjacent quirk. Everyone's here, Eraserhead said, closing the door with a heavy thunk. I'm Eraserhead, and I'll be overseeing your examination. Before we begin, let's establish something. You're not here because Ua wants to exclude cause your quirks require a different evaluation method. The electrical kid raised his hand. Why? What makes us different? Your quirks have kill counts, Eraserhead said flatly. The room went silent. Not all of you directly, Eraserhead continued. But all of your powers have resulted in deaths during manifestation or early use. Accidental, in most cases. Traumatic. And because of that, you've all been flagged. In the hero registry as high-risk applicants. His gaze swept across them. Standard entrance exams measure combat ability and rescue instinct. For you, we need to measure control, decision-making under pressure. And whether you can be trusted not to cross lines that can't be uncrossed. That's not fair, the stone-skinned boy said, voice rough as gravel. We can't help how our quirks manifested. No, Eraserhead agreed. But you can help what you do with them now. This exam will be harder than what the other applicants face. It will push you to your limits. And if you fail, it won't be because of your quirk type, it'll be because you weren't ready. He pulled out a tablet, tapped it a few times. Your examination area is a section of condemned urban terrain scheduled for demolition. Inside, you'll find simulated civilians, advanced mannequins with heat signatures and distress signals. You'll also find threats, villain bots, the girl asked, some, but also environmental hazards, ethical dilemmas, and situations designed to make you question whether using your quirk is the right choice. Eraserhead's expression was unreadable. You have 40 minutes. Your goal is to accumulate points through rescues and threat neutralization. But here's the catch, you can lose points. Excessive collateral damage, civilian casualties, unnecessary force, all deductions. Your quirks are powerful. This exam tests whether you have the judgment to match. Izuku felt a cold smile tug at his lips. Finally, an exam that didn't treat him like a loaded gun waiting to go off, but like a hero in training who needed to prove he could aim. Questions. Eraserhead asked. Are we working together or competing? The electrical boy asked. Your choice. Points are individual, but collaboration isn't penalized. Eraserhead stood. Buses leave in 5 minutes. I suggest you use that time to decide if you trust each other. He left. The four of them stared at each other. So, the girl said. Death Quirks Anonymous. Should we share? The stone boy shook his head. I'm not. Mortem sight, she interrupted, pointing to herself. I see how people will die. Can't change it, just see it. Manifested when I was 5. Saw my grandfather's death 3 days before it happened. Told everyone. No one believed me. Then he died exactly how I described. Her voice was matter of fact, clinical. After that, people stopped wanting me around. I'm Yuki Shirogane. Silence settled, heavy and expectant. The electrical boy sighed. Kenji Arata. My quirk is neural surge. I can channel electricity through nervous systems. Mine, or other people's. When it manifested, I was playing with my little sister. I didn't mean to, his voice cracked. She was fine, mostly. But she couldn't walk for 6 months. The stone boy's jaw clenched. Takeshi Ishida. Geological fusion. I absorb minerals and rock, integrate them into my body. Makes me strong, durable. But when I first triggered it, I was in my family's apartment. 3rd floor. I got so heavy the floor collapsed. He looked at his hands. 2 people in the apartment below died. I was 7. 3 pairs of eyes turned to Izuku. He'd never said it out loud before. Never put the pieces together into a narrative for strangers. But something about this sparse room, these people who understood what it meant to have power that destroyed, made the words easier. Izuku Midoriya. Reaper's gift. He held up his hand, letting them see the faint black veins that traced across his palm when his quirk activated. I drain life force. Organic, inorganic, doesn't matter. Sustained contact turns things to dust. When it manifested, I was 4. There was a cat in the alley behind my apartment building. Stray. I wanted to pet it. He didn't need to finish. They understood. I can also see death marks. He continued. Not futures like Shirogane's quirk, but how someone will die if their current path continues. It changes based on choices, but it gives me an edge in combat. I know how you'll try to kill me before you do. Cheerful, Kenji muttered. Useful, Yuki countered. She looked at Izuku with new interest. Your quirk is incredible. Strategic applications alone. Are we doing this or not? Takeshi interrupted. Working together. We should, Izuku said. Our quirks are powerful individually, but they're also volatile. Collaboration means we can cover each other's weaknesses. Kenji. Your neural surge could restart a civilian's heart if needed. Takeshi. Your durability makes you ideal for structural support and rescue. Yuki. If you can see death outcomes. You can warn us before we make fatal mistakes. And I can neutralize threats with precision that explosive quirks can't match. You've thought about this, Yuki observed. I've thought about everything. Izuku pulled out his notebook, flipping it open to reveal pages dense with hero analysis, quirk combinations, strategy notes. I've been preparing for UA since I was 5 years old. This is my only shot. Kenji leaned over, squinting at the notes. Holy crap, you even analyzed Eraserhead's fighting style. And, is that All Might's punch trajectory physics? If we're doing this, Izuku said, ignoring the question, we need to establish roles. Takeshi, your front line and rescue. Kenji, your support and medical. Yuki, your tactical oversight, call out dangers before they happen. I'll handle threat elimination. Quote. Why do you get the combat role? Takeshi asked, but there was no heat in it. Just curiosity. Izuku met his eyes. Because I can kill things without hesitation. And the rest of you still have that split second of doubt. That's not a criticism. That's you being human. But in a crisis, hesitation costs lives. The door opened. Eraserhead stood in the threshold. Time's up. Let's go. The bus ride to the examination site was silent. Izuku stared out the window, watching the city give way to industrial zones, then to the massive walls that surrounded UA's various training facilities. Battle Center Omega. The name was stenciled on a rusted sign hanging crooked on a chain-link fence. Beyond it, a sprawl of condemned buildings stretched across several CIT. Y blocks, a ghost town of crumbling concrete and broken glass, scheduled for demolition to make room for one of UA's expansion projects. Perfect horror movie setting. The bus stopped at a reinforced gate. Eraserhead stood, addressing them with the enthusiasm of someone reading a microwave manual. Inside, you'll find a control bracelet at the starting line. Put it on. It tracks your position and vitals, and it's how we'll score you. The exam begins when all 4 bracelets are activated. He checked his tablet. I'll be watching from the observation center. There are cameras everywhere, but no Nay is coming to save you if things go wrong. Handle it yourselves. That's the point. Wait, Kenji said. You said there would be threats. What kind of? The kind you'll have to figure out on your own. Eraserhead's smile was distinctly unfriendly. Good luck. Try not to die. Paperwork is hell. The gate opened with a tortured squeal of metal. Izuku stepped through first. The city block stretch. Before them like a mouth full of broken teeth. Buildings sagged against each other, windows dark and lifeless. Twisted rebar jutted from cracked foundations. Somewhere in the distance, metal groaned against metal. The starting line was a faded spray-painted stripe across shattered asphalt. 4 bracelets sat on an overturned crate, gleaming anew against the decay. Izuku picked one up. It snapped around his wrist with a soft click. And a holographic display flickered to life. Points. 0 time. 40:00. The others grabbed their brackeys, clicked into place. A horn blared, sharp, urgent, unmistakable. The exam had begun. Spread out or stick together? Takeshi asked. Together until we find civilians, Izuku said, already moving. Yuki, scan for death outcomes. Anyone in immediate danger. Her eyes unfocused, pupils dilating. 2 civilians. Northwest, 3rd building on the left, 2nd floor. Structural collapse in 4 minutes. Go. Izuku broke into a run. The others followed. Their footsteps echoed through empty streets, kicking up dust that hung in the still air. Izuku's mind raced through calculations, building stability, approach vectors, extraction methods. His quirk hummed, eager. The building Yuki had indicated was a skeletal apartment complex, half its facade missing like a rotted smile. Inside, Izuku could hear the mechanical whir of the mannequins, advanced enough to simulate breathing, movement. Panicked voices. Help. The voice was synthesized but convincing. Please, someone. 2nd floor, Izuku confirmed. Takeshi, can you stabilize the structure? Yeah, but I'll need to absorb a lot of mass. I'll be slow. Do it. Kenji, Yuki, with me. We get the civilians out while Takeshi buys us time. They split. Takeshi pressed his hands against the building's foundation, and his quirk activated with a sound like grinding stone. His skin darkened, texture shifting from flesh to granite as he integrated the building's materials into his body. Cracks sealed. Groaning metal steadied. Izuku took the stairs 3 at a time, Kenji and Yuki close behind. The 2nd floor was a maze of collapsed hallways and dangling wires. Emergency lighting flickered, casting everything in seizure-inducing strobes. There, 2 mannequins, trapped beneath a fallen beam. Incredibly detailed, they even had fear in their artificial eyes. Get back, one of them screamed. The ceiling. Izuku looked up. Massive concrete slab, hanging by rebar threads. Yuki's prediction, it would fall in 2 minutes now. Kenji, can you move the beam? Not without frying the civilians. The metal's conductive. Izuku stepped forward. Then I'll handle it. He placed both hands on the beam. Reaper's gift surged. The metal was old, degraded, easy to drain. He felt its structural integrity pour into him like water, centuries of molecular bonds unraveling in seconds, feeding his power. The beam didn't crumble, it simply ceased to be solid, turning to fine dust that whispered to the floor. The mannequins scrambled free. Can you walk? Yuki asked them. Yes. Thank you, thank you. Then move. Now. This building comes down in 90 seconds. They ran. Izuku turned to the ceiling slab, calculating. Too big to drain completely in the time they had. But he didn't need to destroy it, just weaken it enough to control its fall. He jumped, slapping both palms against the concrete. His quirk bit deep, spreading through the material like ink through water. Hairline fractures appeared, spreading in geometric patterns he could predict and direct. The slab groaned, tilting. Move. Izuku dropped, hit the floor, rolled. The ceiling came down exactly where he'd planned, crashing into the space they'd just vacated rather than the stairwell. Dust exploded through the hallway. Kenji was already grabbing the mannequins, guiding them toward the exit. Izuku and Yuki followed, boots pounding against failing floors. They burst out of the building just as the entire third floor pancaked with a deafening roar. Takeshi released his hold on the foundation, stumbling back as his body returned to normal, mostly. His skin still had patches of concrete, and he stood half a foot taller than before. Clear, he called. Izuku checked his bracelet. Points, 45. 11 points per civilian plus structural management bonus, Yuki read from her own display. Not bad for 4 minutes work. A mechanical shriek cut through the air. Izuku spun. From the end of the street, 3 villain bots rolled into view, the 2-pointer models, armed with projectile weapons and painted in aggressive reds and blacks. Their sensors locked onto the group. And warning lights flashed. Engaging targets, the lead bot announced in a flat synthetic voice. I've got them, Kenji said, electricity already crackling between his fingers. No. Izuku stepped forward. You'll fry the bots, but the electrical discharge could damage nearby infrastructure. Deductions for collateral damage, remember. So what's your plan? Izuku smiled. It wasn't a nice expression. I get close. He ran straight at the bots. Their weapons tracked him, calculating trajectories. Rubber bullets, non-lethal, but enough to bruise and incapacitate. The first volley came fast. A spray of projectiles designed to saturate the area. Izuku's quirk showed him their death marks, not the bots themselves, but the structural weak points, the places where metal met circuitry. Where one precise touch would cascade into total failure. He slid under the first salvo, closed the distance. His hand shot out, fingers splaying across the lead bot's leg joint. Reaper's gift poured into the metal. Rivets popped. Welds disintegrated. The leg collapsed, sending the bot crashing sideways. The second bot fired. Izuku used the falling first bot as cover, ting over it to land on the second bot's chassis. Both hands on its sensor array. Drain. The cameras went dark, circuits frying as he pulled their operational life force into himself. Blind, the bot spun wildly, trying to throw him off. Izuku rode it like a mechanical bull, draining component after component with surgical precision. Motor. Gyroscope. Central processor. The bot shuddered and went still. The third bot was smarter. It backed up, creating distance, switching to a sustained fire mode. Yuki. Izuku called, diving behind a car wreck. Death prediction. It overheats in 30 seconds. Right side vent. 30 seconds was a long time to dodge bullets. Unless. Izuku touched the car wreck he was hiding behind. Not to destroy it, but to weaken specific stress points. The vehicle's frame groaned, and he shoved hard. The wreck tipped, rolling toward the bot like a decrepit bowling ball. The bot diverted fire to the incoming wreck, shredding it with bullets. But that gave Izuku the opening he needed. He sprinted through the debris cloud, closing the final meters while the bot's sensors were obscured. Right side vent. He jammed his hand into it. The bot's internal temperature was already climbing from sustained fire. Izuku's quirk accelerated the process, draining the cooling system's integrity. Metal warped. Circuits melted. The bot seized up, smoke pouring from every joint. And toppled backward with a crash that shook the street. Silence. Izuku stood among the wreckage, breathing hard but steady. His bracelet updated. Points. 66. Okay, Kenji said, staring. That was terrifying. Efficient. Yuki corrected. No collateral damage, threat eliminated. But Midoriya, you're accumulating absorbed energy. I can see it in your death mark, it's getting brighter. She was right. Izuku could feel Reaper's gift humming with the life force he drained from the beam and the bots. Too much energy stored meant losing control, meant his quirk starting to leak into everything he touched. I'll vent it if needed, he said. Let's keep moving. 33 minutes left. They moved deeper into the condemned zone. The examination revealed itself in layers, more trapped civilians, more villain bots. More ethical dilemmas. A building on fire with mannequins inside. A hostage situation with a bot holding a civilian at gunpoint. A choice between saving one person from certain death or 3 people from probable harm. Izuku's team handled each scenario with growing synchronization. Takeshi absorbed rubble to create shields and bridges. Kenji used precise electrical pulses to disable bots without causing explosions. Yuki called out dangers seconds before they manifested, saving them from ambushes and traps. And Izuku dismantled everything in their path with calculated ruthlessness. 20 minutes in, they'd accumulated over 200 points. BG through an abandoned shopping center when Yuki stopped dead, her face going pale. What is it? Izuku asked. Something's wrong. Her eyes were distant, unfocused. I'm seeing death marks, but they're wrong. Overlapping. Contradictory. Like multiple futures collapsing into one point. Where? Central Plaza. 2 minutes from now. All of us. She blinked, and fear cracked through her clinical demeanor. Midoriya, we all die. All 4 of us. Same moment. Same cause. What's the cause? I can't see it clearly. T's like something's interfering with my quirk. But it's not a bot. It's an explosion ripped through the floor beneath them. Not a dramatic action movie explosion. A tactical breach charge, precise and devastating. The floor didn't collapse so much as evaporate, dropping them into darkness. Izuku twisted mid-fall, trying to orient himself. He hit something soft, crash mats, maybe, and rolled, coming up in a defensive crouch. Emergency lights flickered on, revealing a large underground space. Some kind of maintenance area or parking garage. And standing between them and the exit were 5 people. Not bots. Not mannequins. People. They wore dark tactical gear with no identifying marks, faces hidden behind featureless white masks. Professional. Military-grade equipment. And they radiated the kind of relaxed readiness that came from real combat experience. What the hell? Takeshi growled, pushing himself up. This wasn't part of the exam. The center figure stepped forward. When he spoke, his voice was calm, almost gentle. No, it wasn't. Izuku's quirk screamed warnings. The death marks on these people were wrong. Too bright, too aggressive, and all of them showed violence in the next 60 seconds. Who are you? Izuku demanded. The figure pulled off his mask. Mid-30s, with sharp features and eyes that held the kind of conviction that made zealots dangerous. A thin scar ran from his left temple to his jaw. When he smiled, it didn't reach his eyes. My name is Ryoichi Tanaka. You may know me better as the Arbiter. He gestured to his companions. We're not here to interfere with your examination. We're here to offer you a choice. The Arbiter. Kenji's voice cracked. The Vigilante. The one who's been hunting quirk users. I prefer, protector of society, but yes. Tanaka's gaze settled on Izuku. Specifically, we hunt those with villainous quirks. Powers too dangerous to exist. And you 4 represent the worst of that category. Yuki's prediction crystallized. All 4 of them, dead. 2 minutes from now. Because the Arbiter didn't offer choices. He offered executions. Izuku's mind raced through options. 5 trained combatants, underground location, no backup. And his team was already tired from the exam. The tactical situation was bad. But bad didn't mean impossible. What's the choice? Izuku asked, buying time. Renounce your quirks. Surrender to us. We have methods to suppress dangerous abilities permanently. Tanaka's expression was almost sympathetic. I know this seems harsh. But I've seen what people like you become. The deaths, the destruction. I lost my family to someone with a quirk like yours, Midoriya. A death touch user who claimed it was an accident. But accidents from people like you tend to be fatal. So you're here to kill us, Takeshi said. Only if you don't choose wisely. Tanaka raised his hand, and light began to gather in his palm, bright, searing, purifying light. My quirk is called Absolution. It cleanses corruption. And quirks like yours, their corruption made flesh. The 4 students tensed. Eraserhead is watching, Kenji tried. The cameras. are experiencing technical difficulties, one of Tanaka's companions said. Female voice. Distorted by a voice modulator. You're on your own. Yuki leaned close to Izuku, whispering urgently. My quirk's still showing our deaths. 30 seconds. Whatever we do, we need to do it now. Izuku looked at his team. Scared, exhausted, but not broken. They'd trusted him this far. He pulled his notebook from his pocket and tore out a page. The sound was sharp in the tense silence. What are you doing? Tanaka asked. Izuku held up the paper. On it, he'd drawn a quick sketch during the bus ride, the layout of Battle Center Omega, including the underground maintenance levels. He'd memorized the blueprints weeks ago, standard preparation. Giving you one chance to leave, Izuku said. He placed the paper on the ground. You said we're dangerous. You're right. So let me show you exactly how dangerous. Quote. He activated Reaper's gift fully. The black veins spread across his hands, up his arms, visible through his shirt. The air around him grew cold as his quirk poo. LLED ambient energy from the environment. The concrete beneath his feet began to crack, hairline fractures spreading in perfect geometric patterns. We didn't come here to be heroes society can tolerate, Izuku said quietly. We came here to prove that power doesn't define morality. Choice does. And right now, I'm choosing to give you a chance to walk away. Tanaka's expression hardened. So you choose violence? No. Izuku met his eyes. I choose to protect my team. What happens next is your choice. For a heartbeat, nobody moved. Then Tanaka's hand blazed with purifying light, and hell broke loose. The Arbiter's team moved with practiced coordination. 2 broke left, 2 right, flanking maneuvers designed to overwhelm. Tanaka stayed center, that searing light building in his palm like a miniature sun. Takeshi, wall. Kenji, disable their equipment. Yuki, predictions. Izuku barked orders and moved simultaneously. Takeshi slammed both hands into the concrete floor. His quirk activated, and the ground rippled like water. A wall of stone erupted between them and the flanking attackers, buying seconds. Kenji thrust his hands forward, electricity arcing toward the nearest enemy. The woman with the voice modulator dodged. But the current hit her equipment. Sparks exploded from her comm unit, and she cursed, ripping it free. Izuku ran straight at Tanaka. Terrible strategy, tactically. The Arbiter's light-based quirk was specifically designed to counter decay-type abilities. Where Izuku's power brought death, Tanaka's brought purification, they were conceptual opposites. But Izuku, you had spent 12 years learning that his quirk wasn't just about destruction. Tanaka fired. The beam of purifying light lanced through the space where Izuku had been, but he'd already dropped into a slide. Using the fractured concrete as a ramp, he came up inside Tanaka's guard, both hands reaching. Not for Tanaka, for the floor beneath him. Izuku's quirk poured into the concrete, draining its structural integrity in a cascade. The ground didn't collapse so much as evaporate, turning to dust. Tanaka stumbled, his next light blast going wide as he fought for balance. You can't win, boy. Tanaka snarled, light building again. Your quirk is corruption. Mine is purity. The universe itself rejects what you are. Maybe. Izuku dodged another blast, feeling the heat sear past his shoulder. But the universe doesn't get a vote. Behind him, Yuki's voice cut through the chaos. Midoriya. Right side, 3 seconds. Izuku dove left. One of the Arbiter's team came through Takeshi's wall, literally through it, phasing like a ghost. His fist, suddenly solid, cratered the concrete where Izuku's head had been. Intangibility quirk. Dangerous. Can't drain what you can't touch. Unless. Izuku graw. BBED a chunk of broken concrete and through it. The phasing man reflexively dodged, solidifying for a split second to maintain balance. That's all Izuku needed. His hand shot out, fingers grazing the man's tactical vest. Reaper's gift latched on. The vest's material aged instantly, fibers breaking down, straps snapping. The man stumbled, suddenly off balance from the weight distribution change. Kenji hit him with a neural surge. The man convulsed and dropped, unconscious. 1 down, Kenji called. 4 to go, Takeshi added. He'd grown to nearly 8 feet tall, absorbed so much concrete he looked like a moving statue. Lanking attackers in a bear hug, pinning their arms. I can't hold them long. Yuki was the tactical center, calling out predictions in rapid-fire succession. Tanaka's charging a big attack. 20 seconds. Midoriya, you need to interrupt. But the Arbiter had learned. He kept his distance, using his light beams to force Izuku into defensive patterns. Every blast that missed carved through concrete, leaving molten scars. The underground space was becoming a maze of melted obstacles. Izuku's stored energy was reaching critical mass. He drained too much, absorbed too much life force. His quirk was starting to leak, the concrete beneath his feet cracking with each step. He needed to vent it. Fast. Kenji. Izuku called. I need a conductor. What? Just trust me. Kenji didn't hesitate. He sent a thin stream of electricity toward Izuku, not to attack, but to create a conductive path through the air. Izuku grabbed that path with his quirk. Not draining it, but using it as a channel. All the excess energy he'd absorbed, all the life force screaming to be released, he poured it into the electrical current. The stream turned black, crackling with dark energy. That was neither lightning nor decay but something in between. He redirected it toward Tanaka. The Arbiter brought up his light shield, and the two forces collided in a soundless detonation. Light and darkness spiraled around each other, neither able to overwhelm the other. The air between them warped, reality seeming to bend under the weight of contradictory forces. You can't beat me, Tanaka screamed through the maelstrom. I've trained for years to fight monsters like you. I'm not a monster, Izuku said, stepping forward into the collision point. His quirk and Tanaka's light tore at each other, canceling out, creating a tiny bubble of normalcy in the center. I'm just a kid who wants to be a hero. He reached through the warping energy and grabbed Tanaka's wrist. Not to drain, not to kill, just to hold. Look at my death mark, Izuku said quietly. You can see quirks, right? That's how you identify targets. Tanaka's eyes widened. What? Look at my mark. Against his will, Tanaka's quirk activated its analytical function. Izuku felt the scan, felt Tanaka's power reading the signature of Reaper's gift. And there, written in the language of death itself, Tanaka saw the truth. Izuku's death mark showed him dying as an old man, surrounded by people, smiling, after a long life of heroism. Not as a villain, not alone, not young and afraid, as a hero. Tanaka's light flickered. Doubt cracked through his conviction. Impossible, he whispered. Your quirk, it's villainous, it has to be. My quirk is a tool, Izuku said. No better or worse than the person using it. You've let your grief make you blind. How many people with dangerous quirks have you killed? How many could have been heroes? They were kids. Like me. Like us. Izuku released his wrist and stepped back. I'm not going to fight you anymore. If you want to kill us, you'll have to execute 4 unarmed students. And you'll have to live with that. The underground space had gone silent. Arbiter's remaining team members stood frozen, waiting for orders. Takeshi, Kenji, and Yuki watched with bated breath. Tanaka stared at his hands. The light had gone out. He looked up at Izuku, and for the first time, his eyes showed something other than conviction. They showed pain. I lost everything. My wife, my daughter. And the person who killed them had a quirk so similar to yours. The same black veins, the same decay. He said it was an accident. But they were still dead. I'm sorry, Izuku said, and meant it. That's a pain I can't fix. But killing us won't bring them back. It'll just create more pain. Tanaka was silent for a long moment. Then he raised his hand, not in attack, but in a signal to his team. Stand down, he said quietly. We're leaving, sir. The voice-modulated woman asked, confused. Stand down. Tanaka looked at Izuku one more time. I was wrong about you. Maybe. I don't know anymore. But I won't murder children to find out. He turned to leave, then paused. There are others like me. People who see quirks like yours as threats to be eliminated. Be careful, Midoriya. Your conviction is admirable. But the world isn't as kind as you want it to be. Then I'll change it, Izuku said simply. The Arbiter's team collected their unconscious member and retreated through a maintenance tunnel. Within seconds, they were gone, leaving only scorch mar. KS and cracked concrete as evidence they'd been there. The silence stretched. Then Kenji started laughing. Borderline hysterical, relief-drunk laughter. We're alive. Holy crap, we're alive. I thought, Yuki, you said we'd die. The future changed, Yuki said, staring at Izuku with something like awe. You changed it. You talked down a zealot with a hero killer quirk. Who does that? Someone who doesn't want to fight if there's another option, Izuku said. He checked his bracelet. Points. 198. And the timer showed 12 minutes remaining. We need to get back to the exam. We lost time. Lost time. Takeshi laughed, shrinking back to his normal size. We nearly died. But we didn't. And we have 12 minutes to maximize our scores. Izuku was already moving toward the exit. Come on. We didn't come this far to fail because of the time limit. They scrambled after him, back up through the breach and into the shopping center. The examination area stretched before them, still full of scenarios to complete. The next 12 minutes were a blur. Exhausted, rattled, but driven by something beyond points, the four of them tore through every challenge they could find. Civilian rescues, threat elimination, environmental hazards. They moved like a single organism, their earlier teamwork crystallizing into something extraordinary. Izuku was everywhere, dismantling bots with surgical precision, draining structural hazards before they could collapse, marking threats for his teammates to handle. His quirk sang with purpose, no longer a burden to control but a tool he wielded with absolute confidence. 8 minutes left. They found a massive scenario. A building fire with a dozen trapped civilians on upper floors, surrounded by villain bots programmed to prevent rescue. This is a final exam scenario, Yuki said, reading the difficulty rating on her bracelet. It's worth massive points but designed for full teams with diverse quirks. We have diverse quirks, Kenji pointed out. We have death quirks, Takeshi corrected. Not exactly the rescue-optimized set. Then we prove that death quirks can save lives, Izuku said. He turned to his team. Takeshi, I need you to create a path up the building's exterior. Absorb enough mass to make stairs. Kenji, disable the bots, targeting systems, fry their sensors but nothing else. Yuki, watch for structural collapse. Tell me where not to step. What are you doing? Yuki asked. Izuku looked up at the burning building. The flames were real, or real enough, some kind of controlled chemical fire that produced heat and smoke without actual danger. But the mannequins inside didn't know that. They screamed and cried with programmed terror. I'm going to drain the fire, Izuku said. That's not. Fires aren't alive, you can't. Fire consumes. Consumption is a form of life. Izuku smiled. And if something's alive, I can kill it. He ran toward the building. Takeshi was already creating a stone staircase, pulling mass from the surrounding ground to build steps up the exterior wall. Kenji's electricity danced across the villain bots, blinding them. Izuku hit the stairs at full speed. The heat was intense, even from outside. Inside would be worse. He burst through a window on the 3rd floor, glass shattering around him. The heat hit like a physical force. Smoke choked the air, thick and black. The mannequins were huddled against a far wall, trapped by fallen debris. Izuku extended his quirk outward. Fire was tricky. It wasn't a single entity but thousands of individual chemical reactions, of fuel molecules. But death was death, and Reaper's gift didn't discriminate. He poured his power into the flames. Not smothering them, killing them. The fire flickered, sensing predator. Then it began to die, not gradually but in cascading waves as Izuku's quirk spread from flame to flame. The heat drained away. The light dimmed. Within 30 seconds, the entire floor was cold and dark. The mannequins stared at him with artificial eyes. Can you move? Izuku asked. They nodded. Then let's go. He led them out, down Takeshi's stone stairs, into the arms of his waiting teammates. 1 floor cleared. 2 more to go. 6 minutes left. They hit the building like a surgical strike team. Takeshi stabilized floors. Kenji provided emergency power to trapped elevators. Yuki guided them through the optimal paths. And Izuku killed fires, drained hazards, and carried civilians when his hands were safe to use. 4th floor, 5th floor, 6th floor, 12 civilians rescued, all the villain bots disabled. The building secured. The timer hit 0. A horn blared across the examination area, sharp and final. Exam complete. Izuku's bracelet flashed. Final score, 347. The others checked their scores. Kenji, 298. Takeshi, 312. Yuki, 289. Holy crap, Kenji breathed. We actually did it. Did we pass? Takeshi asked. What's the threshold? Before anyone could answer, the sound of slow clapping echoed through the empty street. Eraserhead emerged from behind a building, hands in his pockets, expression unreadable as always. "Congratulations," he said. "You survived an ambush by one of the most dangerous vigilante groups in Japan. Completed a hero exam designed to push you to your limits, and accumulated scores that would put you in the top 10% of standard applicants." He paused. "You also demonstrated teamwork, ethical decision-making, and restraint under pressure. So we passed." Yuki asked. "Oh, you did more than pass." Eraserhead's smile was sharp. "You impressed me, and I'm not easily impressed." He pulled out his tablet. "Normally, I'd make you wait for official results. But given that you just faced down the arbiter and won through diplomacy rather than body count, I think you've earned immediate notification." He turned the tablet around. "Accepted. All 4 names. All 4 students. Welcome to UA High School, Class 1A, Eraserhead said. "Try not to make me regret this." The weight of those words settled over them. Accepted. Not despite their quirks, but as complete individuals. Heroes in training. Izuku felt something tight in his chest loosen for the first time in years. "Thank you," he said quietly. Eraserhead waved it off. "Don't thank me yet. The hard part starts now. Being a student at UA means the whole world will watch you. Your classmates, the media, villains looking for Targe. TS, everyone will have an opinion about what you should be. You'll need to prove yourselves over and over." His dark eyes settled on Izuku. "Especially you, Midoriya, a death quirk user in the hero course. That's going to make waves. I'm ready for waves. We'll see." Eraserhead turned to leave, then paused. "One more thing. The arbiter situation. We'll need statements. What he did today was assault on exam candidates. But," he looked back at them, "the fact that you resolved it without casualties shows more heroism than most pros manage in their entire careers. Remember that." He left them. Standing in the ruins of Battle Center Omega, 4 kids with dangerous quirks and impossible dreams. Kenji broke the silence. "So, Class 1A, think the normal students will freak out when they meet us?" "Definitely," Yuki said. "Good." Takeshi rumbled. "Let them. We'll show them what we can do." Izuku looked at his hands. The black veins had faded, his quirk settling back into dormancy. Reaper's gift. The power that had isolated him for 12 years, had just helped him pass the most important exam of his life. Maybe Tanaka had been right about one thing, the world wasn't kind. But Izuku wasn't. Trying to rely on the world's kindness. He was going to change it. 2 weeks later, Izuku stood outside the gates of UA High School for the second time. But this time, he wasn't alone in his bubble of space. Other students flowed around him, some glancing curiously at his uniform, others too nervous about their own first day to notice him. He'd received his acceptance letter, his class assignment, his uniform. Everything official. Everything real. Class 1A. The hero course. His phone buzzed. A text from his mother. "Good luck today. I'm so proud of you. Remember to smile." Izuku smiled despite himself. His mom had cried for an hour when he'd told her about his acceptance. Happy tears, relieved tears, proud tears. She'd been terrified that UA would reject him, that his quirk would close every door. Instead, it had opened the most important one. He walked through the gates. The main campus was massive, all gleaming architecture and inspirational statues of famous heroes. Students clustered in groups, comparing schedules and speculating about teachers. Izuku found his classroom easily enough. Room 1A was on the first floor, with a door that was comically oversized, probably designed to accommodate students with gigantification quirks. He slid it open. The classroom was already half full. Students chatted nervously, arranged themselves at desks, sized each other up with the careful evaluation of future rivals. Izuku recognized a few faces from the entrance exam, kids who'd been at the standard battle centers. And sitting by the window, looking slightly green around the gills, was the girl from the entrance exam. Ochako Uraraka looked up as he entered, and her face lit up with genuine delight. "Midoriya, you made it." She waved enthusiastically, nearly falling out of her chair in her excitement. "I was hoping we'd be in the same class. Come sit here." The desk next to hers was empty. Izuku made his way over, aware of curious eyes tracking him. He sat down, and Ochako immediately leaned over. I saw the news about the special examination candidates, she said quietly. That was you, right? The separate test. Yeah, must have been intense. They wouldn't say what happened. Just that all 4 candidates passed with exceptional scores. She grinned. You must be pretty amazing. I just did what needed to be done. That's the most hero thing I've ever heard. Before Izuku could respond, the door slammed open again. A boy with spiky blonde hair and a permanent scowl stalked in, radiating aggression like a personal thundercloud. Katsuki Bakugo. Izuku's childhood friend, childhood rival, childhood bully. The relationship was complicated, tangled up in years of shared history and growing apart. Bakugo had always been confident, explosive, destined for greatness. And Izuku had always been the quirkless kid who dreamed too big. Except Izuku wasn't quirkless. He'd just hidden Reaper's gift from everyone except his mother and the authorities. Couldn't risk his social suicide of revealing a death quirk in elementary school. Bakugo's eyes swept the classroom and landed on Izuku. His scowl deepened. "Deku," he said. Not a greeting, an accusation. "Kachan," Izuku replied neutrally. Ochako looked between them. "You two know each other." Unfortunately, Bakugo growled. He stalked to a desk on the opposite side of the room, as far from Izuku as possible while staying in the classroom. "Old friend?" Ochako asked carefully. "Complicated." "Ah, say no more." She changed the subject with the social grace of someone used to navigating awkward situations. "So what's your quirk, if you don't mind me asking? You don't have to tell me if it's personal." Izuku hesitated. But she'd been kind to him from the start, before knowing anything about him. She deserved honesty. "Reaper's gift," he said quietly. "I can drain life force through touch. See death marks on people. Control decay." He waited for her to recoil, to make an excuse and move seats. Instead, Ochako's eyes went wide with interest. "Whoa, that's so cool. I mean, not cool like, fun at parties cool, but like strategically cations alone, defensive, offensive, rescue scenarios where you need to dismantle hazards." She was getting animated, hands gesturing excitedly. "And seeing death marks. That's basically precognition for combat. You must have crushed the entrance exam." Izuku blinked. "You're not bothered by it." "Why would I be? It's just a quirk." Ochako tilted her head. Oh, people give you trouble about it, don't they? Because it's death-related. Most of my life, yeah. Well, that's dumb. My quirk makes things float. That's it. No combat utility, no rescue specialization. If I'm not careful I just throw up. But you know what? It's my quirk, and I'm going to be the best hero I can be with it." She stuck out her hand. "Partners." Izuku looked at her hand. At her open, honest expression. He took her hand carefully, quirk completely suppressed. "Partners." The door opened one more time. Everyone fell silent as a disheveled man in a sleeping bag shuffled into the room. Eraserhead. He surveyed the class with the enthusiasm of someone being forced to attend a family reunion. "If you're here to make friends, leave now," he said flatly. "This is the hero course. We don't have time for pleasantries." He unzipped the sleeping bag and stood, revealing the same TIR. "Ed eyes and permanent stubble from the exam. I'm your homeroom teacher, Shota Aizawa. First lesson, UA is not like other schools. We have more freedom to teach how we see fit. So here's how things will work." He pulled out a uniform. UA's gym clothes. "Get changed. Meet me at the training field in 10 minutes. We're doing a quirk assessment test." His smile was distinctly unfriendly. "And just so, you know, whoever scores last gets expelled." Immediately, the classroom erupted in protests. Aizawa's eyes flashed red, and his capture scarf rose like living snakes. "Silence. This is the hero course," he said quietly. "Every day, you'll face impossible challenges, villains who want to kill you, disasters that don't care about fairness. If you can't handle the pressure of a simple test, you don't belong here." He dropped his scarf. 10 minutes. Don't be late." He left. The students scrambled for their gym clothes. Izuku changed quickly, his mind already racing through possibilities. A quirk. Assessment test with expulsion on the line. Aizawa was serious, the man had a 60% expulsion rate for first-year students. This was going to be brutal. Outside, the training field was a massive open space with running tracks, pools, and various testing stations. Aizawa stood in the center, looking bored. Line up, he ordered. 20 students arranged themselves nervously. Izuku recognized Takeshi, Kenji, and Yuki from the special exam. Plus Bakugo and Ochako. The rest were strangers, a mix of body types, expressions ranging from confident to terrified. We'll be testing 8 physical activities, Aizawa said. 50-meter dash, grip strength, standing long jump, sustained sideways jumps, ball throw, distance running, sit-ups, toe touch. You've done all of these in middle school. But back then, you couldn't use your quirks. Today, you can. Show me what you're capable of. He pulled a ball from his pocket and tossed it to Bakugo. You. Explosion quirk, right. Step into the circle and throw this as far as you can. Use your quirk however you want. Bakugo grinned. Feral. Excited. He stepped into the throwing circle, wound up, and launched the ball with an explosion that cracked like thunder. The ball became a distant speck against the sky. Aizawa held up a device. 705.2 meters. That's the kind of result your quirks make possible. Murmurs of awe rippled through the students. Now, imagine if you'd trained your quirk as hard as you trained your body. Imagine the scores you could achieve. Aizawa's expression went cold. That's what this test measures. Your potential, your creativity, your understanding of your own power. Whoever shows the least potential gets expelled. Begin. The next hour was chaos. Students rotated through stations, pushing their quirks in ways they'd never been allowed to before. A boy with a tail used it for balance during jumps. A girl with pink skin secreted acid to propel herself forward. Bakugo exploded his way through every test with overwhelming force. Izuku approached each test methodically. 50-meter dash. He couldn't drain the ground beneath him while running, but he could kill friction. His shoes slid across the track like ice, and He used precise touches to eliminate air resistance. Time. 4.2 seconds. Grip strength. He drained a metal bar until it was brittle, then crushed it. The machine measured the force required to break something that strong. Score. 847 kg. Standing long jump. Killed the ground's density beneath him at the moment of takeoff, creating a springboard effect. Distance. 38 meters. Each test revealed new applications for his quirk. The other students watched with a mix of awe and unease. Even Bakugo kept glancing over, scowling at Izuku's scores. The ball throw was last. Aizawa handed Izuku the ball. Show me what you've got. Izuku stepped into the circle. He could drain the ball itself, make it lighter. Or drain air resistance. Or create a vacuum behind it. So many options. He chose the simplest. He touched the ball with one finger. Letting Reaper's gift seep into it. Not draining its substance, but killing its weight. The ball became effectively massless. Then he threw it. Without mass, without air resistance to slow it. The ball sailed up and up and up, vanishing into the sky. Aizawa's device beeped. Then beeped again. The number kept climbing. 3,841.7 meters. The class went silent. Interesting, Aizawa said. You didn't just use raw power. You manipulated fundamental properties. He made a note. Good. The test continued. When all the scores were tallied, Aizawa displayed the results on his device. Izuku placed third overall. Bakugo was first. His explosive power was just too versatile. A girl named Momo Yaoyorozu was second, her creation quirk letting her manufacture perfect tools for each test. Last place was a boy with a quirk that made him incredibly lucky. Useful for heroics, terrible for physical tests. Congratulations, Aizawa said to the boy. You're expelled. The student paled. But nothing. Your quirk has potential, but you haven't developed it. You relied on passive luck instead of active training. Aizawa's voice was merciless. Come back when you're ready to work for it. The boy left, shoulders shaking. The remaining 19 students stood in shocked silence. Let that be a lesson, Aizawa said. Potential means nothing without effort. You all have powerful quirks. But if you don't push yourselves beyond your limits, you'll never be heroes. He turned to leave, then paused. Class dismissed. Tomorrow, we start real training. As the students filed back toward the locker rooms, Ochako fell into step beside Izuku. Third place, she said. Not bad. Could have been better. You literally threw a ball into the stratosphere. I think you did fine. She grinned. Want to grab lunch? I found this great cheap place near campus. Izuku hesitated. Social interaction outside of training wasn't something he was used to. But Ochako's smile was genuine, her invitation casual. Sure, he said. Great. I'll meet you at the gate. She bounded off. Izuku watched her go, something warm and unfamiliar settling in his chest. Maybe Ua wouldn't just make him a better hero. Maybe it would teach him how to be human again. He headed for the locker room, already thinking about tomorrow's training. About the challenges ahead. About proving that a Death Quirk user could stand among the greatest heroes. His phone buzzed. Another text from his mom. How was your first day? Izuku smiled and typed back, good. Really good. And for the first time in 12 years, he meant it. Chapter 2. Boundaries of Trust. The cafeteria at UA was designed to feed thousands of students across multiple courses, and it showed. Industrial-sized kitchens staffed by cooking heroes churned tables that stretched across a space large enough to host a concert. Izuku sat at a corner table with Ochako, picking at his katsu curry while she demolished her third bowl of rice. So your mom texted you? Ochako asked between bites. That's sweet. She worries. Izuku pushed rice around his plate. My quirk, it scared her when it first manifested. She's supportive now, but I think part of her is always waiting for something to go wrong. Parents are like that. Ochako's expression softened. Mine too. They wanted me to take the safe route, get a normal job. But I want to be a hero so I can support them. Give them an easy life for once. That's a good reason. What's yours? Izuku set down his chopsticks. The question was simple, but the answer wasn't. Why did someone with a death quirk want to be a hero? The easy answer was to prove people wrong, to overcome prejudice. But that wasn't it. Not really. When I was 7, he said slowly, there was an incident. A villain with a regeneration quirk. He'd been shot by police, stabbed, even had part of his head blown off. Nothing worked. He just kept healing and kept hurting people. Ochako had stopped eating, listening intently. I was there by accident. Wrong place, wrong time. He grabbed a woman, was about to snap her neck. Izuku's hands clenched. I didn't think. I just touched him, used my quirk, and his regeneration, died. Just stopped working. He bled out in 30 seconds. You saved her. I killed him. Izuku met her eyes. The police called it justified. Self-defense and defense of others. But I killed someone, Ochako. I was 7 years old, and I ended a life. The noise of the cafeteria seemed distant, muffled. That's when I realized, Izuku continued, that my quirk isn't just dangerous. It's necessary. There are threats in this world that normal heroes can't stop. Regenerators, immortals, things that won't stay down. And if I can be the one who stops them, if I can use this power to protect people. He trailed off. Then maybe the fear is worth it. Ochako reached across the table and placed her hand over his. Not flinching, not hesitating. You're going to be an amazing hero, she said firmly. I'm sure of it. Before Izuku could respond, a shadow fell across their table. Bakugo stood there, tray in hand, scowling down at them with his usual intensity. Deku, he said, we need to talk. Ochako's hand tightened on Izuku's. If you're going to be a jerk. Alone, Bakugo interrupted, eyes locked on Izuku. 5 minutes. Izuku stood. It's fine, Ochako. I'll be right back. You sure? Yeah. He followed Bakugo out of the cafeteria, into one of the outdoor courtyards. Students passed by, chatting and laughing, but Bakugo led them to a quiet corner behind a maintenance building. All right, Izuku said. What's this about? Bakugo rounded on him. When were you going to tell me you had a quirk? You never asked. Bullshit. We've known each other since we were 4. You let everyone think you were quirkless. I let everyone think I was safe to be around, Izuku corrected. There's a difference. Bakugo's hands crackled with small explosions. Not a threat, just excess energy he couldn't contain when emotions ran high. Reaper's gift, he spat. A death quirk, and you hid it for years. Why? Ashamed. Scared, Izuku said honestly. Do you remember what happened to Tanaka's kid in middle school? The one with the blood manipulation quirk. They found him dead in his apartment. Suicide, they said. But everyone knew, the other kids had torment. Him so badly that he couldn't take it anymore. Bakugo's expression flickered. He remembered. I didn't want that, Izuku continued. So I hid. Told people I was quirkless, dealt with the bullying, and trained in secret. Because being called useless was better than being called a monster. I called you useless. I know. The silence stretched between them, heavy with years of complicated history. I would have. Bakugo stopped. Jaw working. If I'd known, I wouldn't have. Fuck. Wouldn't have what? Been nicer. Kachan, you're not nice to anyone. Despite himself, Bakugo's lips twitched. True. Look, Izuku said. I know we're not friends anymore. Haven't been for a long time. But we're classmates now. We're training to be heroes. Can we at least not be enemies? Bakugo studied him for a long moment. Then he snorted. You got third place in Aizawa's test. I got first. I noticed. That means I'm better than you. For now. Bakugo's grin was sharp as broken glass. You think you can beat me? I think I can try. Good. Bakugo turned to leave, then paused. That girl. Round face. She seems decent. Ochako. Yeah, she is. Don't fuck it up. He walked away before Izuku could process that statement. Advice. From Bakugo. The world really had gone strange. Izuku returned to the cafeteria to find Ochako had been joined by a boy with half-white, half-red hair and a burn scar covering his left eye. The newcomer sat stiffly, like he wasn't quite sure what to do with himself in a social situation. Midoriya. Ochako waved him over. This is Todoroki. He's in our class. We were just talking about the practical training tomorrow. Todoroki looked up, and Izuku felt recognition click into place. The recommended students, the ones who'd gotten in through connections and exceptional talent rather than the entrance exam. This was Shoto Todoroki, son of the number 2 hero, Endeavor. Midoriya, Todoroki said, voice neutral. I saw your scores today. Your quirk application is creative. Thanks. Yours was impressive too. Todoroki had dominated the ice-based tests, freezing the pool solid for the swimming section and creating ice ramps for jumping. It's adequate. Todoroki's tone was flat, almost dismissive of his own ability. I wanted to ask you something. Okay. Your quirk, Reaper's Gift. It's considered villainous by most of society, correct? Ochako stiffened. That's kind of a rude. Yes. Izuku said simply. Most people see death quirks as inherently evil. Yet you're here, training to be a hero. Todoroki's mismatched eyes, one gray, one turquoise, studied him intently. How do you reconcile that? The societal expectation versus your personal goal. It was a strange question, blunt and weirdly personal for a first conversation. But something Todoroki's expression suggested this wasn't idle curiosity. I don't reconcile it, Izuku said. I just prove them wrong. Every day, every choice, until the evidence is undeniable. Todoroki nodded slowly. I see. Why do you ask? My quirk is powerful. Half cold, half hot. Ice and fire. Todoroki's hand clenched on the table. It was designed. My father, Endeavor, wanted to create the perfect hero. One who could surpass All Might. So he arranged a quirk marriage, had children, and trained the one with the best combination. Ochako's cheerful expression faded. That's monstrous, Izuku finished quietly. He treated you like a project. Yes. Todoroki's voice was carefully controlled. I hate my fire side. It's his power. His legacy. I refuse to use it. That's why you only used ice in the assessment test. I'll become the number 1 hero using only my ice. To prove that I don't need his power. That I'm not just his creation. Izuku understood immediately. Todoroki's quirk wasn't just an ability, it was a prison. A constant reminder of his father's ambitions and abuse. Just like Izuku's quirk was a constant reminder that people feared him. Your power is yours, Izuku said. No matter where it came from. What matters is what you do with it. Todoroki's eyes widened slightly. You sound certain. I am. Because if I let society define what my quirk means, I'd be a villain by default. So I choose what it means. And you can do the same. For a moment, something vulnerable flickered across Todoroki's face. Then he stood, picking up his tray. Thank you, he said. That was clarifying. He left, moving with the same stiff formality he'd arrived with. Ochako watched him go, then turned to Izuku. You're really good at that. At what? Sopal need to hear. She smiled. It's going to make you a great hero. Or a terrible therapist. She laughed, and the heaviness of the conversation lifted. The rest of the day passed in a blur of orientation meetings and syllabus distribution. Izuku learned his schedule: hero basic training with All Might, rescue training, combat training, plus standard academics. The workload was intense, designed to push students to their absolute limits. Perfect. That evening, Izuku sat in his dorm room. UA had transitioned to a dormitory system a few years ago for safety, and reviewed his notes from the day. His room was sparse. Bed, desk, a few All Might posters he'd had since childhood. No personal photos. No memorabilia. A knock interrupted his studying. "Come in." Takeshi ducked through the doorway, his massive frame barely fitting. The stone-textured boy had been assigned to the same dorm building, along with Kenji and Yuki. "Hey," Takeshi said. "Got a minute?" "Sure." Takeshi sat heavily on the floor. Chairs weren't built for someone his size. "Wanted to thank you for the exam. You kept us alive. We kept each other alive. You know what I mean." Takeshi's rocky features were hard to read, but his voice was sincere. "I've been in the hero track since middle school. Different programs, different schools. And every single one treated me like a time bomb. Too dangerous, too unstable. But you treated me like a teammate. You are a teammate." "Yeah, exactly." Takeshi leaned back against the wall. "Aizawa called me into his office earlier. Said he's keeping an eye on all four of us. The hazardous quirk students. Making sure we integrate well. Sounds like him." He also said something else. "That we should stick together. Not isolate ourselves into a subgroup, but not pretend we're the same as everyone else either." Takeshi's expression was thoughtful. Said having people who understand makes the hard days easier. Izuku thought about Ochako's easy acceptance, Todoroki's unexpected vulnerability, even Bakugo's grudging acknowledgement. "He's probably right," Izuku said. "But I think we can have both. People who understand our quirks, and people who help us be more than our quirks." "Deep, Midoriya. It's been a long day." Takeshi laughed and stood. "Fair enough. See you tomorrow for All Might's class." "That's going to be insane." After he left, Izuku returned to his notes. But his mind kept wandering to tomorrow. All Might, the symbol of peace, the greatest hero alive, would be teaching them. Izuku had admired All Might since he was a child, studied every fight, every rescue, every interview. What would All Might think of a student with a death quirk? All Might burst into the classroom like an explosion of enthusiasm and blonde hair. "I am here," he announced, striking a pose that somehow defied physics. Coming through the door like a normal person. The class erupted in excited murmurs. All Might. The All Might. Teaching their class. Izuku felt his heart rate spike. This was real. This was happening. Now then, young heroes. All Might's grin was impossibly wide. "For today's basic hero training, we'll be studying," he held up a card. "Battle training." More excited whispers. Ochako was practically vibrating in her seat. "And for that, you'll need these." All Might pressed a button, and compartments opened in the classroom wall, revealing numbered cases. Costumes. Designed based on your quirk registration forms and submitted requests. Get suited up and meet me at Training Ground Beta. The students scrambled for their cases. Izuku found his, number 8888, same as his exam number. Inside was a costume that made his breath catch. Black tactical bodysuit with reinforced plating at vital points. Gray combat boots with flexible soles. Fingerless gloves that left his palms exposed for quirk use. And a half mask that covered his lower face, designed to look like a stylized skull. He'd submitted the design months ago, based on practicality and symbolism. Heroes needed iconic looks, and if his quirk was death, he'd embrace it rather than hide from it. In the locker room, students changed with varying levels of confidence. Some costumes were elaborate, full armor, high-tech gear, dramatic capes. Others were simple. Bakugo's was aggressive, all black and orange with grenade-styled gauntlets. Todoroki's was utilitarian ice blue and white. Izuku pulled on his costume, adjusting the mask. It felt right, like stepping into the person he wanted to become. "Whoa," Kenji said, looking over. His own costume was electrical themed, with conductive threading. "That's intimidating, Midoriya." "That's the idea." They filed out to Training Ground Beta, another urban environment, this one cleaner and more modern than the exam site. All Might stood at the entrance, now joined by another hero. 13. The Rescue Specialist, famous for Black Hole Quirk. Welcome, young heroes. All Might's voice boomed. Today's training is 2 versus 2 combat. Heroes versus villains. Indoor combat simulation. He explained the rules. One team would play villains, guarding a weapon prop in a building. The other would play heroes, trying to capture the villains or secure the weapon within a time limit. Teams would be chosen randomly. This isn't about winning, 13 added, their voice gentle despite the space-themed costume. It's about learning to work with partners, strategize under pressure, and understand that hero work is rarely fair or straightforward. All Might pulled out a box. Now then, let's draw lots for teams. Izuku reached into the box and pulled out a slip. Team D, Midoriya and Todoroki. He glanced across the staging area. Todoroki met his eyes and nodded once. The other teams formed. Bakugo was paired with a boy named Kirishima who had a hardening quirk. Ochako was with a girl named Tsuyu who had frog-like abilities. First match. All Might announced. Team A, young Midoriya and young Todoroki as heroes. Versus Team D, young Bakugo and young Kirishima as villains. The rest of you will watch from the monitoring room and provide analysis. Bakugo's grin was feral. Of course their first match would be against each other. Izuku and Todoroki were given 15 minutes to plan while Bakugo and Kirishima entered the building and prepared their defense. Your assessment, Todoroki said immediately. What's the best approach? Izuku pulled out a small notebook, he'd brought several, just in case, and started sketching the building layout from the brief they'd been given. Bakugo's combat style is aggressive and explosive. He'll want direct confrontation. Kirishima's hardening makes him a tank, he'll probably guard the weapon while Bakugo hunts us. Izuku tapped the sketch. But Bakugo knows how I fight. We grew up together. He'll anticipate my strategies. Then we do something he won't anticipate. Exactly. Izuku looked up. How fine is your temperature control? Can you freeze specific surfaces without creating massive ice structures? Yes. Why? Because we're not going through the building. We're going over it. Todoroki's expression didn't change, but his eyes sharpened with interest. Explain. 5 minutes later, they stood at the building's entrance. Izuku pressed his earpiece. All students had been given communication devices for the exercise. Remember, All Might's voice came through, you have 15 minutes once the exercise begins. Capturing both villains or securing the weapon means victory. Heroes, you may enter when ready. Begin. Izuku and Todoroki stepped through the entrance. Immediately, explosions rocked the hallway. Bakugo, attacking from an elevated position, grinned down at them. Thought you'd just waltz in, Deku. I know how you think. Izuku didn't respond, he just touched the wall beside him. Reaper's gift poured into the concrete. The wall aged rapidly, cracks spreading like spiderwebs. The structural integrity failed, and suddenly there was a hole large enough to run through. Todoroki, now. Todoroki sent a wave of ice through the hole, not at Bakugo but at the floor beneath HST, making the surface slick and unstable. Bakugo's explosion propelled dodge was a split second too slow. His foot slipped, and he went down hard. But Izuku and Todoroki were already moving, not deeper into the building, but up the stairs to the roof access. Deku. Bakugo's roar echoed behind them. Get back here. They burst onto the roof. The weapon was on the 5th floor, central room. Above them. Your turn, Izuku said. Todoroki placed his hand on the roof's surface. Ice erupted, forming a massive ramp that curved up and over the building. The structure groaned under the sudden weight, but held. We have maybe 2 minutes before Bakugo figures out what we're doing, Izuku said, already running up the ice ramp. They crested the building and Todoroki created an ice ladder down to the 5th floor window. Izuku didn't hesitate, he jumped, grabbed the ladder, and slid down. The window was reinforced. Izuku touched it, drained its integrity, and shattered it with an elbow strike. They dropped into the room. Kirishima stood in front of the weapon prop, body fully hardened into living stone. Sorry, guys, he said, grinning, but you're not getting past me. Todoroki, freeze the floor around him. Make it impossible to move. Ice spread from Todoroki's foot in a perfect circle, boxing Kirishima in. The hardening hero tried to step forward and slipped, hardened body offering no traction. Izuku moved past him, reaching for the weapon. An explosion blew through the wall. Bakugo, smoking and furious, landed in a crouch between Izuku and the weapon. Thought you were so smart. He snarled. Going around instead of through. But I'm faster than you think. I know exactly how fast you are, Kachan. Bakugo lunged, palm outstretched for an explosion at point-blank range. Izuku dropped low, swept Bakugo's legs, but Bakugo used an explosion to flip mid-fall, landing in a combat stance. They'd sparred before, years ago, knew each other's tells. Bakugo fired a rapid burst of explosions. Izuku dodged, but the confined space made it impossible to avoid everything. Heat seared across his shoulder. And he grit his teeth against the pain. Your quirk needs contact. Bakugo taunted. Can't drain what you can't touch. True. But Izuku touched the floor. Cracks spread rapidly, the concrete aging and failing. The floor didn't collapse, but it weakened enough that Bakugo's next explosion-enhanced jump sent him crashing through. Into the fourth floor. Izuku ran for the weapon. 5 meters. 4. 3. Ice exploded from the floor in front of him. Not Todoroki's ice. This was fire melted and refrozen, crude but effective. Bakugo pulled himself back through the hole he'd made. Bleeding from a cut on his forehead but grinning like a maniac. Not that easy. Midoriya. Todoroki called. 11 minutes left. They were running out of time. Bakugo was between them and the weapon. Kirishima had broken free of the ice and was moving to support his partner. Izuku made a decision. Todoroki, capture tape. Throw it to me. Every hero student had been issued capture tape, once wrapped around a villain. It signaled their defeat in training exercises. Todoroki threw the tape. Izuku caught it, and immediately used his quirk on it. The tape aged, became brittle, fell apart in his hands. Bakugo's eyes widened. What are you? Izuku touched the floor again, but this time he didn't drain its structure. He drained its heat. The temperature in the room plummeted. Frost formed on every surface. The air itself became painful to breathe. Bakugo's explosions relied on his sweat igniting. In extreme cold, sweat didn't flow the same way. His next explosion fizzled, barely a spark. Bakugo's breath misted. That's cheating. It's creative problem solving, Izuku corrected. He lunged past Bakugo's sluggish guard and slapped his hand on the weapon prop. Heroes win. All Might's voice boomed through the speakers. Hero team victorious. Bakugo stood there, shivering and furious. Then, slowly, he started laughing. You absolute bastard, he said, without real heat. That was actually smart. Thanks. Don't let it go to your head. Next time, I'll win. I'm counting on it. They returned to the monitoring room where the rest of the class had watched the match. Reactions were mixed. Awe at the strategy, concern about the property damage, and from a few students, visible unease at how efficiently Izuku had neutralized Bakugo. All Might clapped his hands. Excellent work. Young Midoriya. Young Todoroki, your coordination was exemplary. Young Bakugo, young Kirishima, good defensive positioning, but you were outmaneuvered. Yeah, Bakugo muttered. Now then, let's discuss. All Might gestured to the screens showing replays. Young Midoriya's use of environmental manipulation was creative, but also risky. Draining structural integrity could have caused a collapse. In a real scenario with civilians, that would be catastrophic. Remember, heroes must think beyond victory to consequences. Izuku nodded, taking mental notes. The other matches proceeded. Ochako and Tsuyu versus a team with quirks for tape and super speed. A match between Yuki and a girl who could create objects from her body fat, versus 2 students with strength-enhancing quirks. Each match revealed new dynamics. New strategies, new ways to think about hero work. But Izuku's mind kept returning to All Might's words. Consequences. His quirk was powerful, but every use carried risk. Drain too much, and buildings fell. Touch a person too long, and they died. He needed better control, more precision. After class, as students filed back to the locker rooms, All Might called out. Young Midoriya. A word. Izuku's stomach tightened. He approached the number 1 hero, very aware that this could be praise or condemnation. All Might's smile was gentler than his usual boisterous grin. Walk with me, my boy. They walked through UA's corridors in silence for a moment. Then All Might spoke. Your quirk is troubling. Izuku's heart sank. Not because it's evil, All Might continued quickly. But because it's isolating. I've read your file, seen the incident reports. You've lived with fear and suspicion your entire life. Yes, sir. And yet you want to be a hero. All Might stopped, turning to face him fully. Why? The same question Ochako had asked. But coming from All Might, it felt heavier. More important. Because someone has to, Izuku said. There are threats that normal heroes can't stop. Regenerators. Immortals. Things that won't die. And if I can be the one who protects people from those threats. He met All Might's eyes. Then maybe the fear is worth it. All Might was silent for a long moment. Then he laughed. Not his booming public laugh, but something quieter. More genuine. You sound like someone I used to know, he said. A hero who understood that true heroism isn't about popularity or power. It's about doing what needs to be done, even when it's hard. Who? My predecessor. The one who taught me what it means to be a symbol of peace. All Might's expression grew distant. She had a quirk people feared too. Told me once that fear is just another challenge to overcome. Like any villain. Izuku felt something loosen in his chest. All Might understood. I'm going to be honest with you, young Midoriya. All Might's tone grew serious. Your path will be harder than your classmates. Society will scrutinize every action. One mistake, and they'll use it as proof that death quirks breed villains. The pressure will be immense. I know. But, All Might's smile returned, warm and encouraging. I believe you can handle it. Your strategy today showed not just intelligence, but restraint. You could have seriously hurt young Bakugo, but you chose a nonviolent solution. That's the mark of a true hero. Thank you, sir. Keep that mindset. Stay true to your principles. And if you ever doubt yourself. All Might placed a hand on Izuku's shoulder. Remember that I believe in you. Those words hit harder than any explosion. Izuku returned to the dorm that evening emotionally exeter. All Might's faith felt like armor against the world's judgment. His phone buzzed. A message in the newly created Class 1A group chat. Ochako. Everyone did amazing today. Let's celebrate. Common room in 20 minutes. Responses flooded in. Enthusiastic agreement from most, grumbling participation from Bakugo, formal acceptance from Todoroki. Izuku hesitated, then typed, I'll be there. The common room was chaos. Someone had ordered pizza, lots of pizza. Students sprawled across couches and floors, still buzzing with adrenaline from the day's training. Ochako waved him over to a couch where she sat with Tsuyu and a girl with pink skin and horns, Mina, her name was. Midoriya, sit. Ochako patted the cushion beside her. We were just talking about everyone's costumes. Yours is so cool. Very mysterious and intimidating. That's the aesthetic I was going for. It works, Tsuyu said, her frog-like voice surprisingly soothing. Ribbit. Though I wonder if the skull motif might scare civilians. That's a valid concern, Izuku admitted. But I figured if I'm going to have a death quirk, I should own it. Make it a symbol of protection rather than threat. Reclaiming the narrative, Mina said enthusiastically. I love it. Like how 13 turned a quirk that could destroy anything into a rescue specialty. The conversation flowed naturally from there. Hero philosophy, costume design, speculation about future training. Izuku found himself relaxing, actually enjoying the social interaction. Across the room, Bakugo sat with Kirishima and a few others. Arguing loudly about combat techniques. Todoroki occupied a corner, reading a book but occasionally glancing up at the group with something that might have been curiosity. Hey, Ochako's voice was quiet, meant only for Izuku. You okay? You've got that thinking too hard face. Just processing. Today was a lot. Good lot or bad lot? Good, I think. Izuku looked around the common room. I've never had this before. Friends. People who don't automatically fear me. Well, you've got it now. Ochako's smile was bright. Get used to it. A phone chimed. Then another. Then everyone's phones simultaneously. Emergency alert. Villain activity detected. Shelter in place until further notice. The common room went silent. Aizawa's voice came through the dorm's intercom system. All students remain in the building. Lock doors and windows. This is not a drill. Izuku's quirk hummed with sudden awareness. Something was wrong. Very wrong. Outside, sirens began to wail. Chapter 3, The Arbiter's Shadow. The emergency alert hung in the air like a guillotine blade, sharp and imminent. Students stared at their phones, frozen in various states of comprehension. Some looked confused, others scared. Bakugo's expression went predatory. He wanted to fight whatever threat existed out there. Izuku was already moving toward the windows. "Midoriya," the teacher said. Ochako started. "I know, but I need to see." He pressed against the glass, scanning the campus grounds. At first, nothing seemed amiss. The evening sun cast long shadows across UA's manicured lawns. "Secure it." Y lights flickered on as dusk approached. Then movement caught his eye, figures in dark tactical gear, moving with military precision between buildings. Not heroes. Not police. His quirk flared, death. Marks blooming across his vision like flowers made of frost. The figures outside all showed violent deaths in the immediate future, gunshots, explosions, quirk-enhanced combat. They were here to kill or be killed. "Everyone get away from the windows," Izuku said quietly. Now, something in his tone cut through the confused chatter. Students scrambled back from the glass. "What did you see?" Todoroki appeared at his shoulder. Ice already forming on his fingertips. Armed combatants. Professional gear. Moving like they're conducting a raid. "The League of Villains?" Kirishima asked, his skin already hardening into crimson stone. "Maybe. Or." An explosion tore through the main entrance. Not the building's entrance, the campus entrance. The massive gates that separated UA from the rest of the city erupted in a fireball that lit up the darkening sky. Alarms screamed. The intercom crackled. All students to designated safe rooms immediately. Principal Nezu's voice, usually cheerful, was razor-sharp with command. "Pro-heroes are engaging the threat. Do not, under any circumstances, attempt to participate in combat. This is a direct order." The dorm erupted into controlled chaos. Class Representatives, Iida and Yaoyorozu, immediately began organizing evacuation to the reinforced basement levels. Izuku's phone buzzed. A private message from an unknown number. "We're here for you, Midoriya. Surrender peacefully, or your classmates become collateral damage. You have 5 minutes. Come to the main quad alone." The Arbiter. His blood turned to ice. "No," Ochako whispered beside him. She'd seen the message over his shoulder. "No, you're not going out there. If I don't, they'll attack the dorms. People will get hurt. Then we fight together." Bakugo snarled, stalking over. "You think I'm gonna let some extras dictate terms? This isn't your fight, Kachan." "The hell it isn't. They attacked UA. That makes it everyone's fight." Todoroki stepped between them. "Bakugo's right. But so is Midoriya. We can't endanger the whole class." His mismatched eyes found Izuku. "But you don't have to face them alone either. The teachers are probably already engaged with the main force," Todoroki interrupted. "Which means this is a coordinated attack. Divide and conquer. They want you isolated." Izuku's mind raced. The Arbiter had found him again, but this time with more resources, more planning. The entrance exam ambush had been reconnaissance. This was the real assault. 4 minutes, he said, checking the message timestamp. "I need a plan. Then make one fast, nerd," Bakugo growled. "Because I'm going with you whether you like it or not." "Me too," Todoroki said. "And me," Kirishima added. "This as well," Yaoyorozu said, stepping forward with Iida. "We're Class 1A. We don't abandon our own." Ochako grabbed his hand. "What?" she said. Looking around, Izuku saw determined faces. Not fear. Not hesitation. Trust. He'd spent 12 years alone. Maybe it was time to stop. "All right," he said. "Here's what we do." 3 minutes later, Izuku walked across the main quad alone. Or apparently alone. The campus was eerily quiet despite the distant sounds of combat, explosions, shouting. The distinctive crackle of quirk activation. The pro-heroes were engaged elsewhere, exactly as Todoroki had predicted. The Arbiter stood in the center of the quad, flanked by the same team from the entrance exam plus a dozen more. All armed. All ready. "You came," Tanaka said. "Good. I was hoping you'd be reasonable." "You attacked a school," Izuku said flatly. "That's not asking for reason. That's terrorism. Extreme measures for an extreme threat." The Arbiter gestured, and his team spread into a perimeter. "I gave you a chance at the exam. Showed mercy. And you used it to infiltrate UA. To position yourself among future heroes. Corrupting them with your presence. I'm not corrupting anyone. I'm training to save lives. With a death quirk." Tanaka's expression was pained. Lee. He genuinely believed he was doing the right thing. I've seen how this story ends, Midoriya. People like you, death manipulators, decay users, life drainers, you always fall. The quirk corrupts, makes you see people as things to consume. I've stopped 11 death quirk users before they could become major villains. You'll be the 12th, or maybe I'll be the first you were wrong about. I can't take that chance. Not after, Tanaka's voice cracked. Not after my family. Izuku felt genuine sympathy. The Arbiter was broken, traumatized, clinging to a mission that gave his pain meaning. But that didn't make him right. I'm sorry for what happened to your family, Izuku said. But punishing me for someone else's crime won't bring them back. No. But it will prevent future deaths. Light beginning to gather. Come quietly. And I'll ensure you're treated humanely. Fight, and we'll take you by force. Third option, Izuku said. You leave. Now. Before this gets worse. Tanaka's expression hardened. You think you can take all of us? No. Izuku smiled behind his mask. But I'm not alone. Ice erupted from the ground around the perimeter, Todoroki, hidden behind a maintenance building, flash freezing the quad's edges. The Arbiter's team scattered, trying to avoid being trapped. Explosions shattered the ice wall to the east, Bakugo, launching himself into the fray with manic glee. Surprise, assholes. Chaos erupted. Kirishima came in like a battering ram, hardened fist swinging. Yaoyorozu created flash-bang grenades from her quirk, disorienting enemies. Ida's engine quirk let him blur between opponents. Too fast to track. And Ochako, clever, strategic Ochako, had made half the Arbiter's team weightless from her hidden position. They floated helplessly, unable to find purchase for combat. Izuku ran straight at Tanaka. The Arbiter fired a beam of purifying light. Izuku dodged, rolled, came up with his hand on the ground. His quirk poured out, creating a spiderweb of cracks that made the terrain treacherous. You brought children into this. Tanaka screamed. You're willing to let them die for you. I'm not letting them do anything. They chose this. Izuku dodged another light beam. Because unlike you, they see me as a person, not a threat to eliminate. A member of Tanaka's team, the phasing woman from before, materialized beside Izuku, grabbing for him. He'd anticipated it. His hand shot out, not to drain her but to touch her tactical vest. The straps disintegrated, throwing off her balance. A swift kick sent her phasing through the ground involuntarily. Bakugo was in his element. Explosions turning the battlefield into a light show. But he was fighting smart, using concussive blasts to disorient rather than maim. Trying not to kill, even against enemies. Todoroki had created an ice fortress, using it as high ground to rain down precision strikes. His ice didn't trap or kill, it controlled the battlefield, funneling enemies into disadvantageous positions. They were winning. Against adults. Against professionals. Then the sky tore open. Not literally, but that's what it looked like. A massive purple-black portal spiraled into existence above the quad. And figures began dropping through. Villains. Actual villains. Izuku recognized the leader immediately from news reports. Tamura Shigaraki, heir to All for One, the most dangerous villain in Japan. Pale skin, hands decorating his body like grotesque accessories, scratching at his neck compulsively. Finally, Shigaraki's voice was rough, excited. The Reaper. I've been wanting to meet you. Behind him came an army. Nomu, the bioengineered monsters that had attacked other hero locations in recent months. Villains with various quirks, all bearing the League's insignia. This wasn't just an attack. It was an invasion. The Arbiter's team and Shigaraki's forces stared at each other in mutual surprise. What are you doing here? Tanaka demanded. Same thing as you, Shigaraki said, grinning behind the hand covering his face. Collecting the Reaper. Though I'm not here to kill him. I'm here to recruit him. Over my dead body. That can be arranged. The two villain forces, because that's what they both were, Izuku realized. Just different flavors of wrong, turned on each other. And Class 1A was caught in the middle. Fall back, Izuku screamed. To the dorms. Now. His classmates didn't argue. They ran, using quirks to create distance and barriers. But Shigaraki was faster. The villain's hand shot out, touched the ground. Decay spread like cancer, disintegrating concrete in a wave. That rushed toward the fleeing students. Izuku didn't think. He just moved. His hand hit the ground, and Reaper's gift met Shigaraki's decay head-on. Two death quirks collided, canceling each other out in the space between. The concrete stopped disintegrating, frozen in the moment before destruction. Shigaraki's eyes widened behind his mask of fingers. You can counter my quirk. Guess so. Incredible. Shigaraki laughed. High and manic. You're perfect. Join us, Midoriya. Together we could decay this rotten world and build something beautiful from the ashes. Hard pass. A Nomu lunged. Izuku touched its arm. The creature's bio-engineered flesh was harder to drain than normal tissue, engineered to be resilient. But it still worked. The Nomu's arm withered, strength failing. It stumbled, confused. Then Bakugo hit it with an explosion that sent it flying. Pay attention, Deku. The quad had become a three-way warzone. The Arbiter's light-based team fighting Shigaraki's decay-enhanced league. Nomu rimaging through both sides. And Class 1A, desperately trying to survive in the chaos. Izuku's mind raced. They were outnumbered, outgunned. The pro-heroes were still engaged else. Iware, probably trapped by another portal, or fighting a separate force. Help wasn't coming fast enough. They needed to change the battlefield. Todoroki. Izuku shouted. Can you freeze the entire quad? Everything. Todoroki ducked under a villain's plasma blast. Maybe. But I'd freeze our people too. Not if Ochako makes them weightless first. They'll float above the ice. Understanding flashed across Todoroki's face. That's insane. It's good insane. Bakugo added, blasting another enemy. Ochako. Izuku called. Everyone on our side, make them float. Now. She didn't hesitate. Her quirk activated. And suddenly Class 1A students began floating upward, weightless and rising above the combat. Todoroki, now. Todoroki slammed both hands to the ground. Both hands, using the fire side he'd sworn never to touch. Ice and flash melted refreezing created a glacier that exploded across the quad in seconds, flash freezing everything that wasn't airborne. Villains. Arbiter's team. Nomu. All trapped in ice up to their waists or higher. The battlefield went silent except for the crackling of forming ice crystals. Shigaraki stared up at Izuku, frozen from the chest down, still grinning. See, this is what I'm talking about. Creativity. Ruthlessness. You'd be an incredible villain. I'm not a villain. Not yet. But you will be. They always make you. Shigaraki's grin widened. Society fears you, Midoriya. They'll use you and throw you away. And when they do, I'll be waiting. Before Izuku could respond, another portal opened, this one smaller, precisely placed around Shigaraki. Kurogiri. Shigaraki said conversationally, get everyone out. The Reaper isn't ready yet. Wait, Izuku lunged, but the portal was already closing. Shigaraki and most of his forces vanished, leaving only ice sculptures and unconscious Nomu behind. The Arbiter's team was still trapped. Tanaka struggled against the ice, light quirk melting his restraints slowly. You see, Tanaka called out desperately. You see what you attract. Villains want you. You're a magnet for evil. I'm a magnet for people who want to use me, Izuku corrected. But I decide what I am. Not you. Not Shigaraki. Me. Sirens finally approached. The pro-heroes had dealt with whatever distraction had held them and were converging on the quad. All Might arrived first, landing with enough force to crack the already damaged ground. What happened here? His voice boomed with authority and concern. The floating Class 1A students began descending as Ochako released her quirk. They landed among the frozen enemies, exhausted but alive. Villain attack, Izuku said simply. League of Villains and the Arbiter's faction. Simultaneous assault. All Might's expression went dark as he surveyed the battlefield. Frozen enemies. Damaged grounds. Students who should have been safe but instead looked like they'd been through war. Young Midoriya, All Might said quietly. My office. Now. That tone didn't allow for argument. All Might's office was sparse, just a desk, some filing cabinets, and a few hero memorabilia pieces. The symbol of P-chair, and for the first time, Izuku noticed how tired he looked. Explain, All Might said. Everything. Izuku did. The message from the Arbiter. The decision to confront rather than hide. The unexpected arrival of the League. The three-way battle. The desperate strategy that had saved his classmates. All Might listened in silence until Izuku finished. You directly disobeyed a shelter-in-place order, All Might said. Yes, sir. You engaged professional combatants and known villains. Yes, sir. You put yourself and your classmates in mortal danger. Yes, sir. All Might's fist crashed onto the desk. Not angry, frustrated, concerned. You also saved lives, he said quietly. The Arbiter's forces would have breached the dorms. The League would have killed students looking for you. Your quick thinking and coordination prevented a massacre. He looked up, blue eyes intense. But you're 15 years old, young Midoriya. You shouldn't have to make those choices. But I did. And I will again if I have to. I know. That's what worries me. All Might stood, walking to the window. The world is putting weight on your shoulders that no child should carry. And I'm partially responsible. I approved your entrance to UA knowing you'd become a target. You gave me a chance to prove myself. I gave you a battlefield. All Might's reflection in the window looked haunted. Shigaraki wants to recruit you. The Arbiter wants to kill you. And there will be others. Your quirk makes you valuable and dangerous in equal measure. Izuku thought about Shigaraki's words. They always make you. About Tanaka's conviction that death quirks corrupted their users. A boo. Every person who'd looked at him with fear or disgust. What if they're right? Izuku asked quietly. What if having this quirk means I'm destined to become a villain? Do you want to be a villain? No. Then you won't be. All Might turned, and his smile was gentle. Destiny is a lie we tell ourselves to avoid responsibility for our choices. You have a powerful quirk. A dangerous quirk. But you also have something more important, a heroic spirit. Hold on to that, and the rest will follow. But how do I know? How do I know I'm not slowly being corrupted without realizing it? All Might Ked over and placed a hand on Izuku's shoulder. You ask that question, he said simply. Villains don't doubt themselves. They don't question if they're doing the right thing. The fact that you worry about corruption is proof you're not corrupted. The weight in Izuku's chest eased slightly. There will be consequences for tonight, All Might continued. The Hero Commission will investigate. Parents will demand answers. Some will call for your expulsion. I understand. But, All Might's smile widened. You also demonstrated exceptional leadership, tactical thinking, and selflessness. You protected your classmates using minimal force against enemies who deserved none. That counts for something. A knock interrupted them. Aizawa entered without waiting for permission, looking even more disheveled than usual. The police have the Arbiter and his team in custody, he said. They're singing. Apparently, Tanaka's been running an underground network of quirk purists for years. Hunting people with death, decay, and life manipulation quirks. We've got locations on their bases, names, everything. His dark eyes found Izuku. You just helped break up one of the largest vigilante organizations in Japan. I didn't. You did. Aizawa's expression was unreadable. Whether you meant or not. The Arbiter's confession is going to create waves in the hero community. Lot of uncomfortable questions about how we've been treating certain quirk types. What about the League? All Might asked. Gone. Kurogiri's portals are impossible to track. But we captured 3 Nomu and a handful of low-level villains. Aizawa turned to Izuku. Shigaraki's obsession with you is concerning. He specifically mentioned wanting to recruit you. Called you, the Pure Reaper. That phrase again. The Sam. E1 the Arbiter's subordinate had used. What does that mean? Izuku asked. Pure Reaper. Aizawa and All Might exchanged glances. We're not sure yet, All Might said carefully. But we're looking into it. In the meantime, young Midoriya, you should get some rest. Tomorrow will be complicated. That was an understatement. The dorm common room was quiet when Izuku returned. Most students had gone to bed, emotionally and physically exhausted. But a small group remained, Ochako, Todoroki, Bakugo, Kirishima, and Yaoyorozu. They looked up as he entered. Well, Bakugo demanded. We expelled or what? No. But there will be an investigation. Ochako patted the couch beside her. Come sit. Tell us everything. Izuku did. He explained All Might's concerns, Aizawa's revelations about the Arbiter's network, Shigaraki's interest. So basically, Kirishima said when he finished, you're a target for multiple villain organizations, vigilante groups want you dead, and hero society might turn on you at any moment. That's accurate. Man, your life sucks. Despite everything, Izuku laughed. Yeah, kind of. Well, we've got your back, Kirishima said firmly. That's what heroes do, right? Support each other. Indeed. Yaoyorozu agreed. Class 1A stands together. If they come for you, they come for all of us. Bakugo snorted. Don't make it sound so noble. I just want to fight more villains. You want to help Midoriya. Ochako translated. You're just too stubborn to say it nicely. Shut up, round face. Todoroki spoke quietly. You used your fire side today. During the battle, everyone turned to look at him. I did, Todoroki said, staring at his hands. I swore I wouldn't. That I'd become the #1 hero using only ice. To spite my father. He looked up at Izuku. But when it mattered, when people needed me to be at my best, I chose effectiveness over pride. How do you feel about that? Izuku asked, conflicted, but also, relieved. Like I've been fighting with one arm tied behind my back. And I finally untied it. Todoroki's expression was complicated. You told me my power is mine. I think I'm starting to believe that. Character development. Kirishima pumped his fist. That's so manly. Quote. The tension broke. They talked into the night, processing the battle, speculating about what would happen next, slowly decompressing from the terror and adrenaline. Eventually, people drifted to their rooms. Until it was just Izuku and Ochako, sitting on the couch in comfortable silence. You scared me today, Ochako said quietly. When you got that message, I thought you were going to sacrifice yourself. I considered it. Don't. Her hand found his. You're not alone anymore, Midoriya. You have people who care about you. Who want to fight beside you, not just for you. I'm not used to that. Then get used to it. She squeezed his hand. Because we're not going anywhere. Izuku looked at their joined hands. His quirk, dormant and controlled. Her touch, warm and alive. Proof that his power didn't define every interaction, that he could have connection without destruction. Thank you, he said. For everything today. For trusting me. For being your friend. He smiled. Yeah, that. Always. Ochako leaned her head on his shoulder. Besides, someone needs to keep you from overthinking yourself into an early grave. They sat there for a while longer. Two teenagers who'd survived something they shouldn't have, finding comfort in each other's presence. Tomorrow would bring investigations and consequences. But tonight, they were safe. And that was enough. The next morning, the news exploded. UA under siege. League of Villains attacks Hero School. The Arbiter exposed. Vigilante groups campaign against dangerous quirks. Stewed. NT Heroes. Class 1A fights off dual assault. Izuku's face was in half the photos, usually mid-combat, quirk active, looking every bit the dangerous death wielder that society feared. But the narrative was different this time. Death quirk student saves classmates. Young hero confrolanes simultaneously. The Reaper of UA, monster or protector. Public opinion was split. Some praised his actions. Others called for his immediate expulsion, citing the danger he represented. Hero Commission officials gave carefully worded statements about investigating the incident thoroughly. And through it all, Izuku went to class. Aizawa addressed it immediately. You've all seen the news, he said, standing at the front of the classroom. Last night's attack will have repercussions. You'll be questioned by authorities. Your families will worry. Some of you will receive criticism for your actions. He looked at Izuku specifically. But here's what matters. You acted like heroes. You protected each other. You made hard choices under impossible pressure. And you all survived. His expression softened slightly. I'm proud of you. Even if you did give me more gray hairs. You're already gray, sensei, Kaminari pointed out. And comments like that are why. Now, despite yesterday's chaos, we have a schedule to maintain. Today's lesson is rescue training at the USJ facility. A bus ride later, they arrived at the unforeseen simulation joint, a massive dome facility designed for disaster rescue scenarios. 13 greeted them enthusiastically, explaining the various zones, flood, landslide, fire, etc. Izuku tried to focus, but his mind kept returning to Shigaraki's words. Pure Reaper. What did it mean? Why did both the Arbiter's forces and the League use that specific phrase? He was so lost in thought that he almost missed when the lights went out. Purple-black portals opened throughout the facility. Villains poured through. And at the center, scratching at his neck with manic intensity, stood Shigaraki. Round 2. The villain said, grinning. Let's see if the Reaper can save his classmates twice in 2 days. Aizawa's capture scarf was already deploying. 13. Get the students out. I'll hold them off. But more villains appeared at the entrance, blocking escape. They were trapped. And Shigaraki was walking straight toward Izuku, decay spreading with each step. You rejected my offer, the villain said conversationally. That's fine. I expected that. Heroes always reject the truth at first. But I'm patient, and I'm going to show you exactly what society thinks of people like us. He gestured, and the villains surged forward, not at Aizawa or 13, but at Class 1A. Let's see how many of your precious classmates you can save before realizing the truth, Shigaraki laughed. That were monsters to them. And monsters should stick together. Izuku's quirk flared, black veins spreading across his arms. If Shigaraki wanted to test him, fine. He'd show the villain exactly what kind of monster he was. The heroic kind. Chapter 4, Heart Behind the Veil. The USJ facility, designed for rescue training, had become a killing ground in seconds. Villains flooded through Kurogiri's portals, dozens of them. Maybe more. Thugs with enhancement quirks, elemental manipulators, combat specialists. All converging on Class 1A like a wave of malice. Aizawa was already moving, high.'s capture scarf lashing out to bind 3 villains simultaneously. His erasure quirk activated, red eyes glowing as he shut down quirks left and right. But there were too many. Even Eraserhead couldn't erase everyone at once. 13 tried to activate Black Hole, but Kurogiri materialized behind them, portal edges pressed against their back. I wouldn't, the mist villain said politely. Your quirk is devastating, but it requires focus, and I can have you torn apart before you complete the activation sequence. They were outnumbered, outmaneuvered, and separated from the exit. Shigaraki walked through the chaos like he was strolling through a park, decay spreading from his footsteps in branching patterns. His eyes, visible through the fingers covering his face, were fixed on Izuku with disturbing intensity. You know what I love about my quirk? Shigaraki asked conversationally, loud enough for everyone to hear. It's honest. No pretense, no half measures. I touch something, it dies. Just like yours, Reaper. We're the same. Quote, we're nothing alike, Izuku said, positioning himself between Shigaraki and his classmates. No, let's test that. Shigaraki gestured, and a portion of his forces broke off, charging directly at the clustered students. Izuku moved on instinct. His hand hit the ground, and Reaper's gift poured out in a controlled wave. The floor between the villains and his classmates aged rapidly. Concrete crumbling into a trench that stopped their advance. See, Shigaraki laughed. Destruction comes so naturally to you. You don't even hesitate. I'm protecting people. That's different from killing them. Quote, is it though? Shigaraki touched a piece of rubble, which disintegrated into dust. We both end things. The only difference is you pretend you're doing it for good reasons. A villain with a mutation quirk, scorpion tail, venomous and fast, lunged at Ochako. She barely dodged, her zero gravity activating on reflex to float out of range. Bakugo blasted the scorpion villain back with an explosion. Stay away from her, you reject. Class 1A. Ida's voice cut through the chaos, his engine quirk already revving. We need to regroup. Midoriya, what's the plan? Izuku's mind raced, cataloging threats and assets. Aizawa was holding off the majority near the entrance but couldn't maintain that forever. 13 was neutralized by Kurogiri. The students were E-combat capable but inexperienced against real villains. And Shigaraki was here for him specifically. Iida, Izuku called. Can you get past Kurogiri? Maybe. Why? We need backup. Get to the main campus, bring heroes. Fast as you can. Quote. But, go. Ida's engines roared. He blurred toward the entrance, moving so fast that Kurogiri couldn't react in time to block him. The speedster crashed out a window and disappeared into the distance. Shigaraki watched him go with mild interest. Smart. But help won't arrive for at least 10 minutes. A lot can happen in 10 minutes. He raised his hand, and suddenly the villains weren't just attacking randomly, they were coordinating. Fire users herding students toward water zones. Electric types driving them toward conductive surfaces. Strategic, intelligent assault. Scatter. Todoroki shouted. Ice erupted from his right side, creating barriers and buying seconds. Don't let them corner you. The class broke into smaller groups, each trying to find defensible positions in the various disaster zones. Bakugo and Kirishima headed for the ruins zone, explosions already lighting up their path. Yaoyorozu and Jiro moved toward the mountain zone, creating weapons as they went. Ochako grabbed Izuku's arm. We're not leaving you alone with him. Ochako. Nope. Not negotiable. Her expression was determined. You said I should get used to having people who care about me. Same goes for you. Todoroki appeared on Izuku's other side, ice and fire flickering across his hands. She's right. Whatever Shigaraki wants, he's not getting it. 3 villains rushed them, a woman who could shoot acid, a man with multiple arms, and someone whose body was covered in razor-sharp bone protrusions. Todoroki's ice caught the acid user, freezing her mid-attack. Ochako made the multi-armed villain weightless, sending him floating helplessly. And Izuku touched the bone villain's outstretched limb, draining the calcium structure until it crumbled. They moved like they'd trained together for years, not days. Shigaraki watched with something that might have been approval. Good teamwork. But let's see how it holds up against real pressure. He snapped his fingers. The ground beneath them exploded. Not from Shigaraki's decay, from something underground. A Nomu burst through the concrete, massive and grotesque. This one was different from the ones at Ua. Bigger. More refined. Its exposed brain pulsed with sickly light, and its muscles rippled with unnatural power. Meet high-end, Shigaraki said. My favorite pet. Regeneration, super strength, multiple quirks. It was designed to you'll do for a test run. The Nomu roared, a sound that shook the entire facility, and lunged at them with impossible speed. Izuku pushed Ochako and Todoroki aside, taking the hit himself. The Nomu's fist connected with his shoulder, and even with his quirk instinctively hardening his body's defenses, the impact sent him flying across the facility. He crashed through a wall into the flood zone. Water rushed over him, cold and disorienting. The Nomu followed, smashing through the same wall. Its beady eyes found Izuku in the water, and it dove after him. Underwater combat. Terrible conditions. But also an opportunity. Izuku let the Nomu grab him. Its massive hand closed around his torso, squeezing with enough force to crack ribs. He could feel his death mark flaring, drowning. In 45 seconds if this continued. So he changed it. Both hands on the Nomu's arm. Reaper's gift at full power. The creature's regeneration was incredible, flesh knitted itself back together almost as fast as Izuku drained it. But regeneration required energy. And energy was life force. Izuku wasn't just draining the Nomu's physical structure. He was draining its regeneration's fuel source. The creature's grip weakened. Its healing slowed. For just a moment, it was vulnerable. Izuku's foot connected with its face, enhanced by the life force he'd absorbed. The Nomu flew backward, crashing into the flood zone's artificial reef. Izuku surfaced, gasping for air. His ribs screamed protest, at least one cracked. But he was alive. The Nomu was already recovering, pulling itself from the reef. Slower now, but still dangerous. Then ice spread across the water's surface. Todoroki, standing at the zone's edge, was flash freezing the entire pool. The Nomu roared as it was encased in ice up to its chest. Need a hand? Todoroki called. Several, actually. Izuku swam toward the edge, each stroke agony. Ochako was there to pull him out, her zero gravity making him weightless and easier to lift. You're insane. You know that. Been told that before. Well, it bears repeating. She set him down gently on solid ground. Are you okay? Cracked rib, maybe two. I'll live. Good. Because we have bigger problems. She pointed across the facility. The various student groups were holding their own, but barely. Aizawa was still fighting at the entrance, but his movements were slower. Erasure had a time limit on extended use, and he was reaching it. And Shigaraki was walking toward them, grinning. Impressive. He called out. You actually hurt a Nomu. I thought you'd be special. But this is better than I hoped. What do you want? Izuku demanded, standing despite the pain. I told you. I want you to understand the truth. That society fears us, uses us, throws us away. Shigaraki's scratching intensified, drawing blood on his neck. I was a lot like you once. Tried to be a hero. Had a death quirk. And you know what happened. My own family looked at me with disgust. Fear. My father tried to have me locked away because I was too dangerous. So you became a villain. I became honest. Shigaraki stopped a few meters away. I stopped pretending that people would ever accept me. And it was liberating. No more hiding. No more apologizing for existing. Just pure, honest destruction. That's not liberation. That's surrender. Is it? Shigaraki gestured around the facility. Look at your classmates. They're fighting beside you now, but for how long? Until you slip. Until you accidentally hurt someone. How many chances will they give you before they decide you're too dangerous? As many as it takes, Ochako said firmly, stepping beside Izuku. Because that's what friends do. Shigaraki's eyes focused on her with disturbing intensity. You're the gravity girl. The one who isn't afraid of him. His grin widened. Let's test that. He lunged, not at Izuku, but at Ochako. Izuku's body moved before his brain caught up. He intercepted Shigaraki, catching the villain's wrist before those deadly fingers could touch Ochako's skin. His own quirk flared, meeting Shigaraki's decay in direct contact. Pain exploded through his hand. It was like acid in F. Frostbite having a child, wrong on every level. His death mark and Shigaraki's clashed, two quirks designed to end life trying to end each other. Interesting. Shigaraki's voice was too close, too excited. Our quirks are canceling each other out. We really are the same. We're not. Izuku gritted his teeth against the pain. The same. He pushed, channeling more power. Black veins spread up both their arms. Death marks visible even to the others. The air between them warped, reality seeming to struggle with two conflicting concepts of ending occupying the same space. Todoroki moved to help, but Shigaraki's free hand shot out. Touching the ground, decay spread in a wave, forcing Todoroki to leap back and create an ice barrier. Your friends can't help you here, Shigaraki said. This is between us. Death wielders. Reapers. Brothers in decay. I'm nothing like you. Prove it then. Shigaraki's grin was manic. Kill me. End me right now. You have the power. You're touching me. Just drain me completely. Become the monster they fear. Izuku could feel it, how easy it would be. Just open the floodgates, let Reaper's gift consume Shigaraki entirely. Seconds and it would be over. One less villain threatening people. But that's not what heroes did. No, Izuku said. What? I'm not going to kill you. Because that would prove you right. That I'm just a monster waiting to happen. Izuku met Shigaraki's eyes. I'm going to stop you, capture you, and let the justice system handle you. That's what heroes do. For just a moment, something flickered across Shigaraki's face. Surprise. Disappointment. Respect. Then he smiled wider. Wrong answer, but I expected that. You're not ready yet. But you will be. They'll make you ready. He released Izuku's wrist and jumped back. Kurogiri. We're done here. Get everyone out. But Tamura Shigaraki, the mist villain said, portals already forming, we haven't achieved the objective. The objective was never to kidnap him. It was to plant the seed. Shigaraki waved as villains started retreating through portals. See you soon, Reaper. When you finally accept what you are. The Nomu burst from its ice prison and charged, not at Izuku, but at Aizawa. The exhausted hero couldn't dodge in time. The impact should have killed him. But All Might had arrived. The symbol of peace caught the Nomu's fist with one hand, his presence so overwhelming that the entire facility seemed to shift around him. I am here. All Might's voice boomed with fury and power. And you villains have made a grave mistake. What followed was less a fight and more an execution. All Might moved with speed that made Iida look stationary, power that made the Nomu's strength seem like a child's. One punch sent the creature through 3 walls. A second shattered its regenerating limbs. A third drove it into the ground with enough force to create a crater. The remaining villains fled through Kurogiri's portals in a panic. Even Shigaraki, for all his bravado, retreated quickly when All Might turned his attention toward him. Within 90 seconds, the USJ was cleared. All Might stood in the crater, breathing hard but triumphant, the unconscious Nomu at his feet. Are you students all right? He called out. Cheers erupted from the various zones. Class 1A had survived. Battered, scared, but alive. Izuku collapsed to his knees, adrenaline finally fading. His hand was a mess, skin blackened where Shigaraki's decay had fought his own quirk, bones visible in places. The pain hit all at once, overwhelming. Ochako caught him before he fell completely. Medic. We need a medic. I'm fine. Izuku lied. Your hand is literally falling apart. That's the opposite of fine. Recovery girl arrived with the hero backup. 13's injuries had been prioritized. BU. Now she turned her healing quirk on the students. Her kiss was brief but effective. Bones knitted, skin regenerated, exhaustion swept over him as his body's energy was consuming. Rest, young man, recovery girl ordered. You've had quite enough excitement for one day. But Izuku couldn't rest. Not yet. His mind was still processing Shigaraki's words. They'll make you ready. What did that mean? Make him ready for what? Young Midoriya. All Might's voice was gentle. The hero had shrunk to his true form, skinny, gaunt, with hollow eyes that held deep concern. You did well. Kept your classmates safe. Didn't fall for Shigaraki's provocations. He keeps calling me the Pure Reaper. Same phrase the Arbiter used. What does it mean? All Might's expression grew grim. Walk with me. They moved away from the other students and heroes, finding a quiet corner of the facility. All Might pulled out his phone and showed Izuku a file. This is classified information from the Hero Commission, All Might said. About an old legend in the underground villain world. The Pure Reaper, a death quirk user who supposedly possesses the true form of death manipulation. Not just decay or life drain, but command over the concept of death itself. Izuku stared at the file. It contained reports spanning decades. Sightings of someone called the Pure Reaper throughout history. References to a power that could kill anything, even immortals. Warnings about an apocalyptic event called the Threshold Opening. You think that's me? Izuku asked. I think Shigaraki and the Arbiter both believe it's you. Hitch makes you a target for villains who want to use that power and zealots who want to eliminate it. All Might's hand rested on Izuku's shoulder. But belief doesn't make something true. You're not defined by myths or prophecies. You're defined by your choices. Shigaraki said society will make me into what he is. That I'll slip eventually, hurt someone, and they'll turn on me. He's trying to isolate you. Make you feel like heroism is futile. All Might's smile was sad but genuine. Don't let him. Yes, you'll face prejudice. Yes, you'll make mistakes, all heroes do. But you have something Shigaraki never had. What? People who believe in you despite your quirk, not because of it. All Might gestured toward where Ochako and Todoroki were arguing with a hero about being allowed to check on Izuku. Hold on to that. It will matter more than any power. The aftermath of the USJ attack was somehow worse than the UA invasion. 2 major villain incidents in 3 days made national news. Parents demanded answers. The Hero Commission launched investigations. And Izuku found himself at the center of a media firestorm. Death quirk student present at both attacks, coincidence? Is UA safe? Parents questioned school's judgment. The Reaper controversy, hero or harbinger? The school implemented enhanced security. Pro-heroes patrolled the campus. Students were restricted to campus grounds for their own safety. And through it all, Izuku attended class. 3 days after the USJ, Aizawa made an announcement. Despite recent events, he said, standing before Class 1A with his usual tired demeanor. UA's sports festival will proceed as scheduled. Excited murmurs spread through the classroom. This is a tradition spanning decades, Aizawa continued. It's how we show the world that villains haven't intimidated us. That our students are strong, capable, and ready to become heroes. His eyes found Izuku. It's also your chance to show hero agencies what you can do. Scouts from across Japan will be watching. Make it count. The sports festival. The biggest event in the hero academic calendar. Broadcast nationwide, watched by millions. The place where students could make names for themselves and secure internships with top heroes. Also the place where Izuku would be performing in front of the entire country with a death quirk. No pressure. We have 2 weeks to prepare, Aizawa said. Use them wisely. Dismissed. Quote. The class erupted into excited chatter the moment he left. Everyone had their own strategy, their own goals. I'm gonna win the whole thing. Bakugo declared loudly. Show everyone I'm the best. Very ambitious. Kirishima agreed. Manly. Todoroki approached Izuku quietly. Can I speak with you? Privately. They stepped into the hallway. Todoroki's expression was intense, focused. The sports festival, he said without preamble. I'm going to win. Okay. And to do that, I'm going to beat you. Izuku blinked. Why are you telling me this? Because you helped me realize something. About my power. My father's legacy. Todoroki's left side, his fire side, flickered with small flames. I've been using my fire quirk in training. Accepting it as part of me, not just his tool. And I'm stronger for it. That's good. But I need to prove something. To myself and to him. That I chose this power. That I'm not his creation, I'm my own person. Todoroki's eyes burned with determination. Beating you, someone with a quirk as powerful and feared as mine, will prove that. So I'm a stepping stone in your character development? Izuku asked, amused despite himself. Think of it as motivation for both of us. Todoroki extended his hand. May the best hero win. Izuku shook it, looking forward to it. After Todoroki left, Ochako appeared from around the corner. Were you eavesdropping? Izuku asked. Maybe a little. She grinned, not at all apologetic. He's got a point though. The sports festival is huge. Everyone will be watching. I know. It means everyone will see my quirk in action. Form opinions about whether I should be a hero. Then show them something undeniable. Ochako's expression turned serious. You're amazing, Midoriya. Your quirk is powerful, yeah. But the way you use it. The precision. The control. Most people with death quirks can only destroy. You protect people with yours. That's incredible. You really think so? I know so. She took his hand. He'd gotten used to her casual touches, the way she didn't hesitate or flinch. And I'm going to be cheering for you. Well, until we have to face each other. Then I'm going to try my hardest to win. Wouldn't expect anything less. She squeezed his hand. Also, after the festival, when things calm down, maybe we could hang out. Like, not hero training or studying. Just, hang out. Izuku's brain short-circuited for a second. Was that? Like a date? The words escaped before his brain could filter them. Ochako's cheeks went pink. I mean, if you want it to be. Or it could just be friends hanging out. Either is good. I mean. A date sounds good, Izuku interrupted before she could spiral further. I'd like that. Her smile was brilliant. Okay. Great. It's a date then. After the festival, she bounced away, leaving Izuku standing in the hallway with a stupid grin on his face and a warm feeling in his chest that had nothing to do with his quirk. A date. With Ochako. After the sports festival. Suddenly he had even more motivation to do well. The 2 weeks before the festival passed in a blur of training. Izuku pushed himself harder than ever, refining his control. Expanding his techniques. He practiced draining specific materials without affecting their surroundings. Learned to vent excess absorbed energy safely. Experimented with using death marks as predictive combat tools. His classmates trained just as hard. The common room became a war room, students sharing strategies and countering each other's techniques. Bakugo was surprisingly helpful. In his aggressive way. Your quirk's touch-based, right? So work on your speed. Can't drain what you can't catch. Todoroki offered ice training, learning to fight on slippery surfaces. Adapting to environmental manipulation. Even students from other classes got involved. The whole school was buzzing with anticipation. Finally, the day arrived. The stadium was massive, easily seating 50,000 people. With cameras broadcasting to millions more. Izuku stood in the competitors' tunnel, listening to the roar of the crowd, and felt his stomach twist with nerves. Nervous. Ochako appeared beside him, wearing her hero costume. Terrified. Good. Means you care. She bumped his shoulder with, we're all out there together. Class 1A representing. The announcement echoed through the tunnel, competitors. Please enter the stadium. They walked out into sunlight and sound. The crowd's roar was deafening. Cameras tracked every competitor, and on the massive screens around the stadium. Izuku saw his own face, stoic, masked, looking every bit the Reaper he'd been branded as. Present Mike's voice boomed through the speakers. Welcome to UA's Sports Festival. Where students become legends. Let's meet our first-year competitors. Each class was introduced. General Studies, Support Course, Business Course. And finally, the Hero Course. Class 1A. The students WHO serve. IVED2 villain attacks and came out stronger. The crowd's response was mixed, cheers, but also boos. Some people still saw Class 1A as a liability, a class that attracted danger. And now, Present Mike continued, the student oath. Representing all first years, from Class 1A. Katsuki Bakugo. Oh no. Bakugo swaggered up to the microphone, grinning like a predator. I'm going to win, he said simply. The rest of you are just extras. The crowd's response was immediate, half booing his arrogance, half laughing at his audacity. Izuku buried his face in his hands. Of course Bakugo would alienate everyone right before the competition. Well, Present Mike's voice was strained with forced enthusiasm. That's certainly confident. Now then, the first event is. The stadium's screens lit up with the announcement. Obstacle course. A 4-kilometer race through UA's obstacle zones. Quirks allowed. First 42 students advance to the next round. Begin. The starting gate opened. Hundreds of students surged forward, bottlenecking at the tunnel exit. Todoroki made his move immediately. Ice erupted from his feet, flash freezing the ground and trapping students mid-stride. He skated ahead on his ice path, opening a significant lead. Bakugo blasted over the frozen crowd using explosions. Izuku touched the wall beside him. Instead of freezing with Todoroki's ice, the stone aged and crumbled, creating handholds. He scaled the wall, reaching open air while others were still stuck in the bottleneck. The first obstacle appeared, massive robots, the same zero-pointers from the entrance exam. They swung heavy arms, creating impassable barriers. Most students stopped, intimidated. Todoroki froze one solid. Bakugo blasted through another's joints. Izuku ran straight at one. At the last second, he dropped into a slide, passing under its legs. His hand dragged across its ankle joint, and his quirk poured in. The metal aged rapidly, structural integrity failing. The robot collapsed behind him, nearly crushing slower students. The second obstacle was a massive chasm spanned by tightropes and platforms. Students with flight quirks had an advantage here. But Izuku didn't need to fly. He touched the first platform's support. His quirk drained it selectively, not destroying it completely, but weakening it just enough. When he jumped, his reduced weight let the platform hold. Then he touched the next support before the first could collapse. Platform to platform, draining and jumping in a rhythm that looked effortless but required perfect timing. The third obstacle appeared, a minefield. Red zones marked dangerous areas, and students had to navigate carefully. Or not carefully at all. Bakugo was using explosions to blast across the field, triggering mines deliberately and riding the shockwaves. Todoroki was creating ice bridges over the mines. Izuku took a different approach. His quirk could sense death, including the death of inanimate objects. The mines had ETH marks, showing when and how they'd detonate. He could see safe paths through the field that others couldn't. He ran through the minefield like it was a casual jog, each step placed exactly right. The finish line appeared. Todoroki was in the lead, Bakugo close behind. Izuku pushed himself, draining kinetic energy from the air itself to reduce drag. They crossed almost simultaneously, Todoroki first by a hair, then Bakugo. Then Izuku. The crowd went wild. Present Mike's voice was ecstatic, and the top three are from Class 1A. Todoroki Shoto, Bakugo Katsuki, and Midoriya Izuku. Izuku bent over, catching his breath. His quirk hummed with absorbed energy. He drained so much material during the race that he felt like he was vibrating. Ochako crossed next, having made herself weightless to float over obstacles. Then Iida, Tokiyami, and other 1A students. Congratulations to our 42 qualifiers. Present Mike announced. Now, let's see what the second event will be. The screen changed. Cavalry battle. Students will form teams of 2 to 4. The goal is to steal other teams' headbands. Each student has a point value based on their placement in the obstacle race. And the first place finisher. Todoroki's face appeared on the screen. Is worth 10 million points. The stadium exploded with noise. Every eye turned to Todoroki, who looked remarkably calm considering he'd just become the biggest target in the competition. You have 15 minutes to form teams. Present Mike declared. Choose wisely. The scramble began immediately. Students clustered, negotiating alliances and analyzing quirk synergies. Izuku found himself surrounded almost immediately. Midoriya. Ochako grabbed his arm. Team up with me. We work well together. DEKU. Bakugo appeared, scowling. I need someone who can counter Todoroki's ice. You're it, Midoriya. Todoroki approached calmly. I want you on my team. Your quirk complements mine perfectly. Being wanted by 3 different potential teams should have felt good. Instead, it felt like pressure. I need to think strategically, Izuku said. Todoroki, you're the target. Everyone will come after you. Being on your team means constant defense. Which is why I need the best defenders. Bakugo, you're aggressive. You'll want to go after Todoroki's points. But that's what everyone else will do too. It's the obvious play. So what's the non-obvious play? Bakugo demanded. Izuku thought fast. The cavalry battle rewarded strategy over raw power. Todoroki's 10 million points were tempting, but stealing them would be nearly impossible with every team defending him. Better to accumulate points from other teams and play defensively. Ochako, Izuku said, I'll team with you, but we need 2 more people with complementary quirks. Someone with range and someone with defensive capability. I can do range. A pink-skinned girl, Mina, appeared. My acid's perfect for keeping people at distance. And I can defend. Kirishima joined them. Hardening quirk makes me a perfect shield. The team formed naturally. Izuku is the rider, his death marks would let him predict attacks. Ochako at front for mobility control. Kirishima in back as the defensive wall. Mina on the side for ranged attacks. Teams formed. Present Mike announced. 12 teams total. The cavalry battle begins. Now. The battlefield erupted into chaos immediately. Teams clashed. Headbands flying. Todoroki's team, comprised of Yaoyorozu, Iida, and Kaminari, formed a defensive fortress. Ice barriers, created weapons, engine-powered mobility, and electrical area denial. Nearly impregnable. Other teams went after smaller point values, stealing and counter-stealing in a dizzying display of quirk use. Izuku's team stayed mobile. Ochako made them weightless, letting them float above the melee. Kirishima hardened completely, becoming a wall that protected their rear. Mina's acid created a perimeter that discouraged close approaches. Midoriya, Ochako called. Team approaching from 3 o'clock. Izuku's death marks flared. He could see their attack pattern before they executed it, a student with stretching arms reaching for their headband. Kirishima, block left. Mina, acid shot to slow them down. The team moved in perfect sync. The stretching student's arms hit Kirishima's hardened body and bounced off. Mina's acid made the ground slippery, disrupting their approach. Now, Ochako. Forward 20 meter the disabled team, and Izuku snatched their headband as they passed. Plus 250 points. The battle continued. Teams fell one by one, losing their headbands and being eliminated. Izuku's team accumulated points steadily, not the biggest haul, but consistent. 5 minutes remaining. Present Mike announced. Todoroki's team still had the 10 million points. But other teams were ganging up on them, coordinated assault from multiple angles. Bakugo's team, partnered with Shiro, Ishido, and Kirishima initially but now reformed with different members, was locked in direct combat with Todoroki. Explosions versus ice. Fire versus determination. Izuku made a decision. We're going after Todoroki, he said. Are you insane? Mina asked. Everyone's after him. It's a bloodbath. Exactly. Which means they're distracted. We slip in while they're focused on each other. That's actually brilliant, Ochako said. And terrifying. But brilliant. They moved toward the center of the chaos. Todoroki's ice barriers were cracking under sustained assault. Bakugo's explosions had melted several sections. Other teams were pressing from all sides. 30 seconds, Izuku murmured. Watching death marks shift and change. When Bakugo's next explosion hits, Todoroki will counter with ice. That'll create a steam cloud. We go through it. How do you know that? Kirishima asked. Trust me. 20 seconds. 15. 10. Bakugo's massive explosion. Todoroki's ice wall. Steam explosion exactly as predicted. Now, Ochako launched them through the steam cloud. Visibility 0. But Izuku didn't need vision, he had death marks showing him exactly where everyone was. His hand shot out, fingers brushing the 10 million point headband. Contact. But Todoroki was faster than expected. Ice erupted, trying to freeze Izuku's arm. Izuku's quirk activated reflexively. The ice died before it could form, aging into water vapor. His fingers closed on the headband. Got it. Midoriya's team has the 10 million. Present Mike's voice was hysterical. In the final seconds, they floated away from the chaos, Ochako pushing her quirk to its limits. The 10 million point headband hung around Izuku's neck like a target. Every remaining team's eyes locked onto them. Guys, Mina said nervously. I think we made everyone mad. 10, 9, 8. Teams rushed toward them. Bakugo leading the pack, fury and respect mixing in his expression. Todoroki creating ice paths. Others using every quirk they had. Hold together. Izuku ordered. Kirishima, full defense. Mina, acid barrier. Ochako, on it. She made them as light as possible, and they shot upward, floating 20 feet above the battlefield. 3, 2, 1. Time's up. Horns blared. The cavalry battle ended. Izuku's team floated gently back to Earth, still holding the 10 million point headband plus their accumulated points from earlier. The stadium was silent for a heartbeat. Then it erupted. Unbelievable. Present Mike screamed. Midoriya's team stole the 10 million points in the final seconds. They're the top team. Izuku could barely process it. They'd won. Against all odds, against EAMS with more experience and flashier quirks, they'd won through strategy and teamwork. Ochako hugged him, lifting him off his feet despite her exhaustion. We did it. You did it. Mina added. That strategy was insane. Manly. Kirishima agreed, though he looked ready to collapse. Across the field, Todoroki met Izuku's eyes. No anger. Just acknowledgement. A nod that said well played. Bakugo was less gracious. Deku. That was my win. Then beat me in the finals, Izuku called back. Oh, I will. The advancing teams were announced. 8 total would move to the tournament bracket. Izuku's team, Todoroki's, Bakugo's. And 5 others. And now, present Mike said, a brief intermission before the tournament finals. Competitors, get ready. The real battle is about to begin. Izuku walked back to the waiting area. His team chattering excitedly around him. But his mind was already moving ahead, analyzing potential matchups, thinking through strategies. The tournament would be one-on-one battles. No teammates to rely on. Just him, his quirk, and whoever he faced. His phone buzzed. A message from his mom. I'm watching. You're doing amazing. I'm so proud of you. Heart. Izuku smiled. Whatever happened next, whatever the public thought, he had people who believed in him. That was enough. The tournament bracket appeared on the screens. Random matchings, designed to be unpredictable. First round. Midoriya Izuku vs. Shinso Hitoshi. Izuku didn't recognize the name. He pulled out his notebook, searching through his hero analysis. Shinso Hitoshi. General Studies course. Quirk. Brainwashing, if the target responds to his voice. They fall under his control. A mental quirk. Dangerous. Especially since Izuku relied heavily on strategic thinking. This would be interesting. Chapter 5. Thresholds crossed. The waiting room was quiet except for the muffled roar of the crowd outside. Izuku sat alone, reviewing his notes on Shinso Hitoshi. General Studies student. Brainwashing quirk. Desperadal. Why wanted to transfer to the hero course but had been failed by an entrance exam that prioritized combat ability over mental manipulation. A sympathetic case. Someone fighting against a system that didn't value his quirk type. Also someone who could turn Izuku into a puppet with a single verbal response. Nervous. Izuku looked up. Todoroki stood in the doorway, still wearing his competition uniform. Cautious, Izuku corrected. Shinso's quirk is perfect for countering analytical fighters like me. Don't respond to him verbally. Simple solution. Except staying silent makes me predictable. He'll bait me, try to provoke a response. And if I don't talk at all, I'm fighting one-handed, can't coordinate or strategize out loud. Todoroki considered this. Then you'll need to end it quickly. Before he can establish control. That's the plan. Izuku closed his notebook. Your match is against Zero, right? Yes. Tape quirk. Strong utility, but I counter it easily with ice. Don't underestimate him. Utility quirks are dangerous in creative hands. I won't. Todoroki turned to leave, then paused. Midoriya. When we face each other, and we will, I'm not holding back. I want to beat you at your best. I wouldn't want it any other way. After Todoroki left, Izuku returned to his preparations. But his mind kept drifting to Shigaraki's words from the USJ. They'll make you ready. The pure Reaper legend. The threshold opening. What did it all mean? A knock interrupted his thoughts. This time it was Ochako, carrying 2 bottles of sports drink. Thought you might need this, she said, offering one. You've been in here for like an hour. Just preparing. You're always preparing. Sometimes you need to take a breath. She sat beside him, close enough that their shoulders touched. How are you feeling? Really? Izuku considered lying, then decided against it. Scared, he admitted. Not of Shinso's quirk specifically, but of what this all means. The sports festival is being broadcast nationwide. Millions of people watching me use a death quirk. Forming opinions. Deciding if I'm hero material or a villain in waiting. And what do you think you are? I don't know anymore. Shigaraki thinks I'm like him. The Arbiter thought I was corrupted. Even All Might seems worried about what I might become. Izuku stared at his hands. What if they're right? What if having this power means I'm destined to fall? Ochako took his hand, not hesitating, never hesitating, and squeezed. You know what I see when I look at you? She asked. I see someone who's spent his whole life fighting Obi good despite everyone telling him he's bad. Someone who protects people even when it hurts. Someone who could have killed Shigaraki but chose not to because that's not what heroes do. That was one choice, and you'll make it again. And again. Every day. Her smile was soft but certain. Destiny is fake, Midoriya. You're not going to become a villain because of your quirk. You're going to become say of who you are. The knot in Izuku's chest loosened slightly. Thank you, he said quietly. Always. She stood, pulling him up with her. Now come on. Your match is in 5 minutes. Time to show everyone what the Reaper can really do. The stadium roared as Izuku stepped into the arena. The battlefield was a simple concrete platform, 50 meters across, with clear boundaries. No obstacles, no advantages. Just 2 competitors and their quirks. Shinso Hitoshi waited on the opposite side. Purple hair, tired eyes, and an expression that somehow managed to be both determined and resigned. Like he expected to lose but refused to go down easily. Present Mike's voice boomed. First match of the finals. Midoriya Izuku vs Shinso Hitoshi. A battle of mental versus physical. Begin. Neither of them moved. The crowd noise faded as Izuku focused entirely on his opponent. Shinso was watching him carefully, waiting for an opening. You know, Shinso said conversationally, I've been watching you. The kid with the death quirk. Everyone's afraid of you. Izuku didn't respond, kept his mouth shut tight. Must be lonely, Shinso continued. Having everyone look at you like you're a monster. Never knowing who actually likes you versus who's just too scared to push you away. The words hit harder than they should have. But Izuku stayed silent, starting to circle slowly. I get it though, Shinso said. Society decides what quirks are heroic, and what quirks are villainous, based on how scary they look. My brainwashing. Villain quirk, they say. Your death touch. Villain quirk. We never had a chance. Izuku's jaw clenched. He wanted to argue, to explain that they were different. But engaging meant losing. That girl who's always hanging around you, Shinso said, tone shifting. Uraraka, right. You think she actually cares about you? Or is she just too nice to tell you that your quirk disgusts her? Izuku's quirk flared involuntarily, black veins spreading across his hands. Shinso noticed and pressed harder. I mean, who could actually love someone whose touch brings death? She's probably just. Shut up. The words escaped before Izuku could stop them. And Shinso smiled. Izuku's body stopped responding to his commands. His mind was still there, still aware, but his limbs moved on their own. Walking toward the boundary line. Toward elimination. No. No. He see the death marks clearly, his own, showing him falling from the stage in seconds. Could see the future crystallizing, inevitable. Unless he changed it. Izuku focused inward, on his quirk. Reap. R's gift pulsed in his chest like a second heartbeat. A power that ended things. That killed. Could it kill a mental connection? He poured his quirk inward, targeting the brainwashing effect itself. Not draining his own life force. But the external influence. Treating Shinso's control like a foreign entity that could be eliminated. It was like trying to grab smoke. The brainwashing wasn't physical, wasn't truly alive. But it existed. And if it existed, it could die. Black veins spread across Izuku's temples, visible beneath his skin. The crowd gasped. His quirk burned through his nervous system. Seeking the source of the external control. Found it. Drained it. Izuku's body jerked, control returning mid-step. He stood 1 meter from the boundary line, 1 step from elimination. The stadium went silent. Shinso's eyes widened. How did you? That's impossible. Your quirk is incredible, Izuku said, turning around. Brainwashing should counter me perfectly. But my quirk doesn't just kill living things. It can kill connections, influences, external effects. That's not, quirks don't work that way. Mine does. Izuku started walking forward. I'm sorry, Shinso. You deserve to be in the hero course. Your quirk is powerful and useful. But I can't lose here. Too many people are watching. Too many people need me to prove that death quirks can be heroic. Shinso tried to respond, to bait another verbal exchange. But Izuku was done talking. He closed the distance in seconds, hand reaching out. Shinso dodged, but there was nowhere to go on the confined platform. Izuku's fingers brushed his shoulder. Contact. Reaper's gift poured out, controlled and precise. Not draining Shinso's life force, just his consciousness. Izuku could feel the boy's awareness, could drain it like water from a cup. Not killing, just putting to sleep. Shinso collapsed, unconscious but unharmed. Shinso is down, present Mike announced. Midoriya advances to the second round. The crowd's response was mixed, cheers, but also scattered boos. Some people had seen Izuku's quirk in action and loved it. Others had seen it and been terrified. Izuku helped medical personnel load Shinso onto a stretcher. You're good, he said quietly to the unconscious boy. You'll make it to the hero course. Just keep trying. Recovery girl's healing would wake Shinso within minutes, no lasting damage. But Izuku knew that P.S. Psychological loss would sting longer than any physical injury. As he left the arena, his phone buzzed with messages. Ochako, that was amazing. The way you broke his brainwashing. Mom, I was so worried but you did it. Be safe. Unknown number, impressive, pure Reaper. But can you maintain control when the real challenges begin, M? That last message made his blood run cold. Unknown sender. M, is a signature. The same, M, from cryptic warnings before the USJ attack. Someone was watching him. Someone who knew about the Pure Reaper legend. He had no time to dwell on it. The next matches were starting. Todoroki vs. Zero was brutally quick. One massive ice wall that dwarfed the stadium, Zero frozen solid within seconds. Todoroki's power was overwhelming, almost cruel in its efficiency. Denki K. Amanari vs. Ibara Shiozaki, plant manipulation vs. electricity. Kaminari tried to blast through the vines but short-circuited himself. Shiozaki advanced. Iida vs. Hatsume Mei, the support cores. E-student used Iida as a demonstration platform for her inventions, then deliberately walked out of bounds after showcasing her tech to hero agencies watching. Iida advanced, looking confused. Mina vs. Aoyama, acid vs. naval laser. Mina's superior mobility won out. Then came the match everyone was waiting for. Bakugo vs. Ochako. Izuku watched from the competitor area, tension coiling in his stomach. Ochako had asked him for advice on facing Bakugo, and he'd given it honestly. But advice only went so far against raw explosive power. Begin. Bakugo launched forward immediately, explosions propelling him. Ochako made debris weightless, creating a floating barrier. What followed was a masterclass in adaptation. Ochako had clearly studied Bakugo's fighting style, knew his attack patterns. She didn't try to match his aggression, she danced around it, using her zero gravity to stay mobile and unpredictable. Bakugo grew frustrated, explosions getting larger and less controlled. Stop running and fight. But Ochako wasn't running, she was preparing. While Bakugo focused on her ground-level movements, she'd been making massive chunks of debris weightless and floating them high above the arena. Dozens of pieces, ranging from fist-sized rocks to boulder-sized chunks of concrete. When she finally committed to the attack, releasing her quirk on everything simultaneously, it looked like a meteor shower. Bakugo looked up. For a split second, something like respect flickered across his face. Then he grinned. One massive explosion, angled upward, shattered the entire meteor shower mid-fall. The shockwave was so intense it cracked the arena floor. Ochako, who'd poured everything into that attack, collapsed from exhaustion. Uraraka is down. Bakugo advances. The crowd erupted in argument. Some called Bakugo cruel for that display of overwhelming force. Others argued he'd simply used his quirk effectively. Izuku rushed to the arena edge, watching as recovery girl attended to Ochako. She was conscious, tears of frustration streaming down her face. I was so close, she whispered as medical staff carried her past. So close, Izuku said. That strategy was incredible. If Bakugo had been even slightly less powerful, you'd have won. But he wasn't. And I lost. You showed everyone that utility quirks can compete with raw power. That's huge. She managed a small smile despite her disappointment. Go win this thing, okay? For both of us. I will. The tournament continued. Tokiyami vs Yaoyorozu, Dark Shadow's raw power overwhelming her created weapons. Kirishima vs. RSUS, some student from Class 1B with a hardening quirk, a battle of endurance that Kirishima won through sheer determination. By the time the second round began, the matchups were clear. Midoriya vs. Todoroki Bakugo vs Tokiyami Iida vs Shiozaki Mina vs Kirishima. Izuku's match with Todoroki was scheduled after the others. He watched Bakugo systematically dismantle Tokiyami's dark shadow using explosions and light. Watched Iida's speed overcome Shiozaki's plant manipulation. Watched Kirishima and Mina's friendly rivalry play out in a close match that Kirishima ultimately won. Then it was his turn. The stadium filled as Izuku and Todoroki entered the arena. This was the match people had been waiting for, two of the most powerful students, both with quirks that terrified and fascinated in equal measure. You ready? Todoroki asked. As I'll ever be. Good. Flames flickered on Todoroki's left side, ice spreading from his right. Because I'm not holding back. You helped me accept my fire. Now I'm going to show you what that means. Present Mike's voice. Semi-final match. Midoriya vs Todoroki. Two powerhouses. WHO will advance. Begin. Todoroki attacked immediately. Ice erupted across the arena floor. A wave of crystalline cold designed to freeze Izuku in place. Simultaneously, flames burst from his left side, superheating the air and creating a temperature different. Teal that would disorient anyone caught between. Izuku touched the ground. His quirk poured out, aging the ice before it could reach him. The crystals turned brittle, shattering into powder. The sudden thermal shock created a fog bank that obscured vision. Perfect. Izuku moved through the fog, using death marks to navigate. He could see Todoroki's location by the intense heat signature his fire side created. Could predict his attacks by watching the death marks shift and change. He came out of the fog behind Todoroki, hand reaching for contact. But Todoroki was faster than expected. The boy spun, ice barrier forming between them. Izuku's hand hit the ice, draining it, but the seconds of delay let Todoroki create distance. You're good, Todoroki said, breathing hard. But I've been training. Specifically to counter drain type quirks. Multiple layers, constant regeneration. He demonstrated, ice walls forming in rapid succession, each one replaced before Izuku could drain it completely. A cage of cold, closing in from all sides. Izuku analyzed the pattern. The ice came from Todoroki's right side, the fire from his left. If he created ice, he couldn't simultaneously create fire. There was a rhythm to the alternation. A brief gap. He waited. Ice wall forming on his right. Another on his left. Front and back closing in. The split second before Todoroki switched to fire to prevent overcooling. Izuku touched the nearest wall and poured his quirk in, but not to drain it. He killed its structural integrity in a specific pattern, creating a weak point. Then he punched through. The ice shattered. Izuku burst out of the cage, closing distance before Todoroki could react. Contact. His hand found Todoroki's arm, not the fire side, the ice side. He drained the cold, pulled the RMAL energy out of Todoroki's right side. The ice stopped forming, leaving Todoroki with only his fire quirk temporarily. Todoroki's eyes widened. You can drain my quirk itself. Not permanently. Just temporarily disrupt it. Izuku released him and stepped back. You said you wanted me at my best. So I'm showing you what my quirk can really do. Todoroki's expression shifted from shock to excitement. Then I'll do the same. Fire exploded from his entire body, not just his left side, but everywhere. Flames so intense they turned blue at the edges, superheating the arena. The concrete beneath their feet began to crack and melt. The crowd was screaming, whether in excitement or fear, Izuku couldn't tell. He drained the ground beneath him, creating a temperature sink that kept the heat manageable. But Todoroki was relentless, fire growing hotter and more intense. Izuku's quirk hummed with possibility. He could drain the fire itself, kill the combustion reaction. But that would leave Todoroki defenseless. Would defeat him without actually beating him. That wasn't good enough. Todoroki, Izuku shouted over the roar of flames. Is this your maximum? What? Your father wanted to create the perfect hero. Someone who could surpass All Might. If this is all you've got, then he failed. The flames intensified. Todoroki's face was a mask of fury and determination. I'm not my father's creation. Then prove it. Show me power that's completely yours. Ice and fire erupted simultaneously. Not alternating, not balanced, pure chaos. Todoroki was pushing past his limits, past the careful control he'd maintained his whole life. Steam filled the arena as opposing elements collided. And Izuku saw his opening. He ran straight into the maelstrom. His quirk activated at full power, creating a buffer zone around him where both ice and fire died before reaching his skin. The heat couldn't burn what had already been drained of thermal energy. The cold couldn't freeze what had no heat to steal. He emerged from the chaos directly in front of Todoroki. Both hands on the boy's shoulders. You're incredible, Izuku said. Your power is yours. Your choice is yours. And you're going to be an amazing hero. Then he drained just enough to make Todoroki's legs buckle. The half-and-half hero collapsed, conscious but unable to stand. His quirks flickered and died, exhausted. Todoroki can't continue. Midoriya wins. The crowd's roar was deafening. Izuku helped Todoroki to his feet. That was an honor. You held back, Todoroki said, breathing hard. At the end, you could have knocked me unconscious. I just needed you to stop fighting. Unconsciousness wasn't necessary. Todoroki smiled. Actually smiled. That's very heroic of you. As medical staff led Todoroki away, Izuku felt the weight of what he'd accomplished. He'd beaten one of the strongest students in the entire first year. And he'd done it without killing, without excessive force. Just enough. The final matches proceeded. Bakugo destroyed Iida with overwhelming aggression. The speedster couldn't get close enough through the constant explosions. Which meant the finals would be exactly what everyone expected, Midoriya versus Bakugo. Childhood friends turned rivals, facing off on the biggest stage. They stood in the waiting room, alone except for the distant crowd noise. So, Bakugo said, us. Again. Again, Izuku agreed. I've been waiting for this since we were kids. Since you told me you wanted to be a hero too. Bakugo's expression was intense. I used to think you were just a quirkless dreamer. Then you turned out to have a quirk that makes mine look like party tricks. That pissed me off. I noticed. But you know what pisses me off more? Bakugo stepped closer. You're good at it. Being a hero. You're not just powerful, you're smart, strategic, and people actually trust you despite your creepy death touch. That's what I couldn't figure out. How someone with a villain quirk could be more heroic than me. Kachan. Let me finish. Bakugo's hands sparked with small explosions. I spent years thinking quirk power determined hero potential. Bigger explosions meant better hero. But watching you use your quirk with more precision and control than anyone I've ever seen. You could kill with a touch but you choose not to. Every single time. Is this leading somewhere? Yeah. To me kicking your ass in the finals and proving I'm still better than you. Bakugo's GLSO, thanks. For showing me that being a hero is more complicated than I thought. Did you just thank me? Don't make it weird, Deku. Too late. It's already weird. They both laughed, tension breaking. So, Izuku said, you ready to go all out? Been ready my whole life. Good. Because I'm not holding back. Not against you. Better not. Bakugo turned to leave, then paused. Hey, whatever happens out there, win or lose, you're a good hero. Don't let anyone tell you different. He left before Izuku could respond, leaving the shock of that statement hanging in the air. Bakugo believed in him. Actually, genuinely believed in him. That was worth more than any trophy. The stadium was at maximum capacity for the finals. Every seat filled, screens broadcasting to millions nationwide. This was the moment that would define their first year at UA. Izuku and Bakugo stood across from each other. The damaged arena floor between them a testament to the battles already fought. Midnight, the event referee, stood between them, her voice carrying across the stadium. Final match. Midoriya Izuku vs Bakugo Katsuki. The Reaper vs the Explosion. Begin. Bakugo launched first, massive explosions propelling him forward at breakneck speed. No holding back, no testing the waters. Full aggression from second one. Izuku dodged. His death mark predictions showing him exactly where Bakugo would attack. Left, right, overhead, each explosion was powerful but predictable. Except Bakugo knew that. Knew Izuku could predict him. The explosions weren't meant to hit. They were meant to hurt. Izuku realized too late that he was being pushed toward the arena edge, toward the boundary that meant elimination. He touched the ground, creating a pit that stopped his momentum. But Bakugo was already airborne, coming down with both hands extended. Howitzer impact. The explosion was catastrophic. The arena floor cratered, smoke and debris filling the air. The shockwave rattled the stadium walls. When the smoke cleared, Izuku stood at the crater's edge, hands still touching the ground. He drained the impact before it reached him, aging the shockwave itself into nothing. That was a good opening move, Izuku said. That was just the warm-up, Bakugo replied, already charging again. What followed was a dance of destruction. Bakugo's explosions versus Izuku's drain. Fire versus death. Power versus precision. Bakugo was faster, more aggressive, relentless in his assault. But Izuku was more strategic, using terrain to his advantage. Draining obstacles to create barriers and weapons. The crowd was losing its mind. This was the highest level of first-year combat anyone had seen in years. "You're holding back," Bakugo screamed, landing a glancing explosion that singed Izuku's costume. "Stop trying to preserve the arena and fight me for real." He was right. Izuku had been consciously limiting his quirk's range. Worried about collateral damage. But this was the finals. This was Bakugo. Time to trust himself. Izuku's quirk exploded outward. Black veins spread across the entire arena floor, aging everything simultaneously. The concrete cracked and crumbled, creating a wasteland of unstable terrain. Bakugo's footing became treacherous. He compensated with explosions, using them to stay airborne. But that was exhausting. Sweat glands could only produce so much fuel. Izuku saw the death marks shifting. Bakugo had maybe 30 seconds before exhaustion forced him to land. If he landed on the unstable ground, his mobility advantage disappeared. Unless Bakugo landed deliberately, right in the center of the destroyed arena. Surprise, DEKU. He slammed both hands to the ground. The explosion channeled through the fractured concrete, using Izuku's own terrain manipulation against him. Cracks became conduits, spreading the blast across the entire field. Izuku had nowhere to dodge. The explosion hit him full force, launching him backward. He touched the ground mid-flight, draining his momentum, but the damage was done. Burns across his arms, costume torn, breathing labored. "That's more like it." Bakugo was grinning, manic and excited. "Now we're having a real fight." Izuku stood, assessing his injuries. Not critical, but accumulating. He needed to end this soon. He had one technique he'd been saving. Something he'd developed in secret training, something dangerous and difficult to control. Reaper form. He'd only used it once before, during the Hosu incident. A state WH. Ere his quirk consumed everything around him, where death itself became his armor. But it risked losing control, risked hurting people. But this was the finals. Against Bakugo. And if he couldn't trust himself here, when could he? "Kachan," Izuku said quietly. "Thanks for pushing me this far. You're about to see something no one else has." Black veins spread across his entire body, visible through torn costume. His eyes went dark, pupils disappearing into black. An aura of decay surrounded him, the air itself seeming to age in his presence. Reaper form. The crowd went silent. This was beyond a quirk. This looked like something out of mythology. Bakugo's grin widened impossibly. "Now that's what I'm talking about. Come on." Izuku moved like death incarnate. Every step left footprints of dust. Every motion trailed shadows. He closed distance in seconds, hand reaching for Bakugo. Bakugo exploded backward, trying to create space. But Izuku was faster in this form, death speed applied to flesh. Contact. His hand found Bakugo's shoulder, and the world seemed to stop. Izuku could feel everything, Bakugo's life force, bright and burning. The explosive power coursing through him. The determination that refused to quit even in the face of overwhelming force. He could end it, right now. Drain Bakugo completely, knock him unconscious or worse. But that's not what heroes did. Instead, Izuku drained just Bakugo's consciousness. Carefully, precisely, like turning down a dimmer switch instead of flipping off a light. Bakugo's eyes went unfocused. He slumped, caught by Izuku before he could hit the ground. Reaper form faded. The black veins receded, the aura of death dissipating. Izuku stood there, holding his unconscious childhood friend, breathing hard but victorious. Bakugo is unconscious. Midoriya wins. He's the first-year champion. The stadium exploded with noise. Cheers, screams, applause. Some people were crying. Others looked terrified. But Izuku wasn't paying attention to them. He was looking at Bakugo. Making sure he was breathing steadily. Making sure he hadn't taken too much. Recovery girl rushed onto the field. Let me see him, dearie. She examined Bakugo, then looked up at Izuku with something like approval. Perfect control. He'll wake up in a few minutes with nothing but his pride injured. Well done. All Might appeared beside them, his massive form casting a shadow. That was an incredible display of power and restraint, young Midoriya. I just did what I had to do. No. All Might's voice softened as he shifted to his true form, gaunt, skeletal, but with eyes full of genuine pride. You did what you chose to do. You had the power to destroy, and you chose mercy. That's what makes you a hero. The awards ceremony followed. Izuku stood on the first-place podium. Bakugo on second, awake now and scowling, and Todoroki sharing third with Tokiyami. All Might presented the medals personally. When he placed the gold around Izuku's neck, he whispered, I'm proud of you, my boy. You've shown the world what death quirks can be in heroic hands. The crowd's response was still mixed. But it was less hostile than before. Some people were starting to see past the fear. Starting to understand that power didn't define morality. It was a start. That evening, after the ceremony and press conferences and medical checkups, Izuku finally made it back to the dorms. He was exhausted, every muscle aching, but something warm and victorious burned in his chest. He'd done it, won the sports festival, showed the world that he could be a hero. His phone hundreds of messages, congratulations from clack-ins from his mom, even a grudging, good fight, from Bakugo. And one from Ochako, you were amazing. Now about that date you promised, tomorrow. If you're not too tired. Izuku smiled and typed back, tomorrow sounds perfect. But not all the messages were positive. Several from unknown numbers. You're a monster pretending to be a hero. We're watching you. Death quirks don't belong in hero society. Enjoy your victory while it lasts. The pure Reaper rises. The threshold approaches. You can't stop what's coming. That last message again. The mist. Rias, who seemed to know things about him that he didn't know himself. Izuku was about to investigate further when his door burst open. Aizawa stood there, looking more serious than usual. Behind him were two Hero Commission officials in dark suits. Midoriya, Aizawa said quietly. We need to talk. It's about the Pure Reaper legend and something called the threshold opening. The warm feeling in Izuku's chest turned cold. What about it? We've been investigating since the USJ attack. Cross-referencing old villain records, interviewing captured League members. Aizawa's expression was grim. We found something. An old villain network that's been operating in secret for decades. They call themselves the Threshold Cult. One of the commission officials stepped forward. They believe at death manipulation quirks are connected to an alternate dimension, a realm of pure death energy. And they've been trying to open a gateway to it for over 50 years. Why? Because they believe Hoover controls that gateway gains power over death itself. Immortality, resurrection, the ability to kill anything instantly. The official pulled out a tablet showing old photographs. Every few generations, someone with the right type of death quirk appears. Someone they call the Pure Reaper. And they've been hunting these people. The photos showed bodies. People with death quirks, killed in various ways. A pattern spanning decades. The last Pure Reaper was killed 20 years ago, Aizawa said. Her name was Yuki Sato. And before she died, she made a prediction. What prediction? That the next Pure Reaper would be born within 20 years. That he would be the one to finally open the threshold, voluntarily or not. Aizawa's eyes were dark with concern. Midoriya, we think that's you. And we think the threshold cult is getting ready to make their move. Izuku felt like the ground was falling away beneath him. When? He asked. We don't know exactly. But all the cult's activity has increased in the past month. Ever since you enrolled at UA and became publicly known. The commission official closed his tablet. We're assigning you protection detail. Pro heroes will be monitoring you at all times. No. Everyone looked at him. What? Aizawa asked. I'm not going to hide behind heroes while some cult plots to use me. Izuku's hands clenched. If they want me, they can come and get me. And I'll show them exactly what happens when they threaten people I care about. Young man, you're 15 years old. And I just won the sports festival by defeating some of the strongest students in Japan. I'm not helpless. And I'm not going to let fear control my life. Izuku met Aizawa's eyes. I'll be careful. I'll train harder. But I won't hide. Aizawa studied him for a long moment. Then he nodded slowly. All right. But you're taking combat training with me personally. Every day after class. If the threshold cult comes for you, you'll be ready. After they left, Izuku sat in his room alone. Processing everything. A cult. A gateway to a death dimension. A prophecy that marked him as the key to some apocalyptic event. Just another day in his life. His phone buzzed. Another message from M. Tomorrow. Hosu City. Come alone. It's time you learned the truth about what you are. Don't bring heroes. They can't help you where we're going. Izuku stared at the message for a long time. Then he made a decision. He was going to Hosu. Not because the mysterious messenger demanded it, but because he needed answers. Needed to understand what he was really capable of, what the Pure Reaper legend actually meant. And if it was a trap, well, he'd deal with that too. He was done being afraid of his own power. Chapter 6, The Convergence. The train to Hosu City left at dawn. Izuku sat by the window, watching the countryside blur past, his mind churning through possibilities. The message from M had been clear: come alone, learn the truth, don't bring heroes. Every ional part of his brain screamed that this was a trap, that he was walking into danger with his eyes open. But he'd also spent 15 years being told what he was, what he should be afraid of becoming. And he was tired of learning about himself from people who wanted to use him or destroy him. If this person had answers about the Pure Reaper legend, about what his quirk truly was, then he needed to hear them. Even if it meant risk. His phone buzzed. Ochako. Still on for later today. I found this great cafe near campus. Guilt twisted in his stomach. He'd promised her a date. Their first real date. And here he was, sneaking off to a potentially dangerous meeting without telling anyone. He typed back. Something came up. Rain check. I'm really sorry. Her response came quickly. Is everything okay? Yeah, just need to handle something. I'll explain later. Be safe, okay. Whatever it is. He pocketed his phone, that guilt not diminishing. But this was necessary. He couldn't keep letting other people define what his power meant, what he meant. Hosu City emerged on the horizon, a sprawling urban landscape of skyscrapers and industrial districts, famous for its hero agencies and high crime rate. The city where Manuel's agency operated, where Ida's brother Ingenium had been attacked by the hero killer Stain months ago. A city with teeth. The message D specified a location, an abandoned warehouse in the industrial district. Classic villain meeting spot. Izuku would have laughed at the cliché if the situation weren't so serious. He'd come prepared. His hero costume under civilian clothes, notebook with analysis of potential threats, phone tracking his location and set to automatically alert Aizawa if he didn't check in within 3 hours. Not reckless. Calculated risk. The warehouse district was a graveyard of rusted metal and broken dreams. Factories that had closed decades ago, left to rot. Izuku's footsteps echoed on cracked pavement as he approached the specified building. No guards visible, no obvious signs of occupation. Either this was a very subtle trap or, valued privacy. He pushed open the warehouse door. It groaned on ancient hinges. Inside was darkness cut by shafts of sunlight through broken windows. Dust motes danced in the light. And in the center of the space, illuminated by a single overhead lamp, stood a woman. She was old, ancient, actually. White hair, skin like weathered paper, but eyes that burned with an intensity that made Izuku's quirk react instinctively. She wore elegant clothes that seemed out of place in the decrepit warehouse. And when she smiled, it was both warm and terrifying. "Hello, Izuku Midoriya," she said. Her voice was surprisingly strong. "I've been waiting a very long time to meet you." Death marks bloomed across Izuku's vision. Her mark was wrong, fractured into thousands of overlapping possibilities, some showing her dying in seconds, others showing her living for centuries. Impossible. Death marks weren't supposed to work that way. "Who are you?" Izuku asked, staying near the door. "I have many names. The Threshold cult calls me Lady Entropy. Your Hero Commission calls me a myth. But my real name," she walked closer, and Izuku tensed, "is Yuki Sato." The name hit like a physical blow. Yuki Sato. The last Pure Reaper, supposedly killed 20 years ago. The one who'd predicted his birth. "You're supposed to be dead." "I've been dead many times." Her smile widened. "That's the benefit of mastering death manipulation. You learn that death is more of a suggestion than a rule." Izuku's quirk flared defensively, black veins spreading across his hands. "If you're here to recruit me for the Threshold cult." "Recruit you?" She laughed, genuine amusement in her voice. "No, child. I'm here to warn you. And to teach you what you'll need to survive what's coming." "I don't understand." "No, you don't. Because everyone who's told you about your quirk, heroes, villains, even your mother, they've only understood fragments. They see death as an ending. But you and I, we can see the truth." She raised her hand, and the air around it seemed to age. Rust spreading across a metal beam behind her. "Death isn't an ending. It's a transition. A change from one state to another. And we command that change." Despite his wariness, Izuku felt curiosity pulling at him. The Pure Reaper legend. What does it actually mean? "It means you have the complete form of death manipulation. Not just decay, not just life drain, but command over the concept itself. In theory, you could kill immortals, resurrect the dead, see all possible deaths and choose which one becomes real." She paused, letting that sink in. "In theory. Right now, you're barely scratching the surface. Why tell me this? What do you want?" "What I want is irrelevant. I'm dying, truly dying this time. My body can't handle the power anymore. I've lived 247 years by constantly cycling my death between different possibilities, but the weight is catching up." She coughed, and for a moment looked every one of those years. "What matters is what they want. The Threshold cult, the League of Villains, even some Hero Commission members. They all want to use you to open the threshold. The gateway to the death dimension. Not a dimension, a state of existence. Imagine a place where death is the default, where ending is the foundation rather than life. Access to that place would give someone power over all death, everywhere. They could make anyone immortal or kill anyone instantly, regardless of distance or protection." Her expression grew dark. "It would break the world. Make death meaningless. And the only thing keeping it closed is that T requires a Pure Reaper to open it willingly. Then I just don't open it. It's not that simple." She walked to a table Izuku hadn't noticed, covered with papers and artifacts. "The ritual can be forced. If they inflict enough trauma, push you far enough into using your full power, the threshold resonates with your quirk and tears open. That's what they're planning. The attacks on Ua, the SPO, RTS festival spectacle, it's all to push you toward your limits." Izuku's stomach twisted. "The villain attacks were deliberately targeting me. Some of them. Shigaraki is partially under the cult's influence. Though he doesn't realize it. The Arbiter was an unwitting pawn. Even some hero agencies are compromised, people who think controlling the threshold is worth the risk." She picked up a journal, ancient leather binding. "This contains everything I learned in 200 years. Death techniques, defensive methods, ways to resist the ritual. I'm giving it to you." She offered the journal. Izuku hesitated. "Why? If you're really Yuki Sato, you could have approached the heroes, told them everything. Why contact me secretly?" "Because the heroes would have locked you away. Put you in a cell, for your own protection, until they figured out how to suppress your quirk permanently." I've seen it happen to pure reapers before. Her eyes held old pain. I wanted to give you a choice. Learn what you truly are, master your power. And face what's coming prepared. Or remain ignorant and let others decide your fate. Izuku thought about Aizawa's offer of protection. The Hero Commission's concern. Even All Might's worry. They all cared, but they also all wanted to contain him in some way. He took the journal. Good, Lady Entropy said. Then let's begin your real training. You have about 30 minutes before the trap springs. Trap. Did you really think I was the only one who wanted to meet you here? She smiled sadly. The Threshold cult knows you came to Hosu. They're preparing an ambush. I moved our meeting time up to give us a head start, but they'll find us soon. You set me up. I gave you a choice. Stay and learn what I can teach you in limited time, or run now and face them unprepared. She opened the journal to a marked page. Your choice. Just like everything else with our power. Izuku looked at the journal. The page showed a technique called Soul Tea. Ether, a method of temporarily anchoring a person's life force to prevent death. Exactly the kind of thing that could save lives in hero work. Teach me, he said. What followed was the most intense 30 minutes of Izuku's life. Lady Entropy didn't waste time with theory or philosophy, she showed him techniques directly, using her own failing life force as an example. Your quirk doesn't just end things, she explained. Her hand on his. He could feel the wrongness of her death mark, the way it fractured and reformed. It manipulates the transition between states. Life to death is one transition. But there are others. Conscious to unconscious. Healthy to injured. Even abstract concepts have deaths, hope dying, love dying, fear dying. She demonstrated by touching a flower in a pot. Instead of withering, the flower transformed, still alive but changed, its color shifting from red to blue as she killed its original pigmentation. Try it, she ordered. Don't drain that metal beam. Change it. Kill its current form and transition it to something else. Izuku placed his hand on a rusted beam. Instead of aging it further, he tried to feel what Lady Entropy had shown him, the in-between state, the moment of transition. His quirk responded differently. The rust didn't spread or recede. It transformed into crystalline structures, the iron dying as metal and being reborn as something decorative. Good. Lady Entropy's eyes lit up. You're a natural. Most pure reapers take years to grasp that concept. Now, soul tether. This is harder. She explained the technique. How to sense someone's life force. How to anchor it temporarily to your own, creating a connection that prevented death. It required touching the person and maintaining concentration, and it drained the user's energy rapidly. This is how you save people other quirks can't, she said. Regeneration quirks work by accelerating healing. But if someone's injuries are faster than regeneration, they still die. Soul tether stops the death itself. Buying time for treatment. But if I'm tethering someone to my life force, their damage feeds into you, yes. Use it too long and you'll die instead of them. It's a trade. Life for life. She met his eyes. That's what being a pure reaper means. You don't just deal death. You negotiate with it. Izuku absorbed the information, mind racing. This changed everything. His quirk wasn't just destructive, it was transformative. Protective. If he could master these techniques. An explosion rocked the warehouse. They're here, Lady Entropy said calmly. Earlier than I expected. You need to go. What about you? I told you. I'm dying anyway. This body has maybe an hour left. She smiled, surprisingly peaceful. I'd rather spend it buying you time than prolonging my own suffering. I can't just leave you. Yes, you can. Because you're a hero, and heroes save people who can be saved. I can't. But there are others in this city who will need you tonight. She pressed the journal into his hands. The Threshold cult planned more than an ambush. They're staging a major attack on Hosu. Nomu, villains, chaos. They want to push you into using your full power to save people. Into opening the threshold without realizing it. Another explosion. Closer. Run, Izuku Midoriya. Master what I've taught you. And when you face them, because you will face them, remember, death is not your enemy. Fear of death is. Master that fear, and you'll master everything. The warehouse wall exploded inward. Threshold cult members, Izuku realized. 20 at least. All wearing black robes with symbols that hurt to look at. And at their center, a man in an ornate mask who radiated power. Lady Entropy, the masked man said. Still alive after all these years. And you've brought us the new Pure Reaper. How considerate. Mortem, Lady Entropy replied coolly. Still hiding behind that mask, I see. Afraid people will see what serving the threshold has done to your face. Mortem, the Death Knight villain who'd appeared during the Hosu incident in Izuku's previous analysis. One of the cult's top enforcers. The Pure Reaper comes with us, Mortem declared. Willingly or broken, the threshold will open tonight. Lady Entropy's quirk flared. The warehouse floor aged rapidly, creating pitfalls and obstacles. Run, boy. Izuku ran. Behind him, he heard C. Ombat erupting, Lady Entropy's centuries of experience against Mortem's fanaticism. He wanted to stay, to help. But she was right. If he was captured, everything ended. He burst out of the warehouse into chaos. Hosu City was burning. Multiple fires across the skyline. Screams in the distance. And overhead, 3 Nomu circled like vultures, flying types, far more advanced than the ones at USJ. Threshold cult's attack was already underway. Izuku's hero instincts kicked in. People needed help. He could analyze the strategic situation later. Right now, civilians were in danger. He sprinted toward the nearest fire. Pulling on his hero costume's mask. The journal was tucked safely in his interior pocket, priceless and irreplaceable. The burning building was a restaurant. People trapped on upper floors, smoke billowing. Fire heroes were en route but wouldn't arrive in time. Soul tether. Could he use it? He burst through the entrance. Heat slammed into him, smoke choking. He drained the flames in his immediate path. Killing the combustion reaction as Lady Entropy had taught him. Anyone here? He called out. Help. Second floor. He took the stairs 3 at a time. The second floor was an inferno. A family huddled in a corner, mother, father, 2 kids. The father was badly burned, unconscious. I'm a hero student, Izuku said quickly. I can get you out. My husband, he's not breathing. Izuku knelt beside the man. His death mark was active, showing him dying in the next 60 seconds from smoke inhalation and burns. Not on my watch. He placed his hand on the man's chest. Soul tether. He felt for the technique Lady Entropy had shown him, that connection between life forces. There. His quirk shifted, changing from drain to anchor. He could feel the man's life force flickering, failing. And he tethered it to his own, creating a bridge that kept the man on the living side of the threshold. The burns didn't heal. The smoke damage didn't reverse. But the man stopped dying. His death mark stabilized, pushed back. He's stable, Izuku gasped. The technique was exhausting. But we need to move now. Can you walk? The family nodded, terrified but trusting. Izuku led them down through a path he'd created by draining flames. The father's weight on Izuku's shoulders was immense, not physically, but the soul tether meant he was carrying the man's death as well as his body. They burst out of the building just as fire heroes arrived. Izuku released the soul tether the moment paramedics took over, and nearly collapsed from the backlash. Kid, what were you? The fire hero stared at him. Are you from UA? Yes, sir. I was in the area when. A roar cut him off. One of the flying Nomu swooped down, talons extended toward civilians in the street. Izuku moved on instinct. He jumped, using a drained car hood as a springboard, and grabbed the Nomu's leg mid-flight. His quirk poured in. The Nomu's bio-engineered flesh was tough, resistant. But not immune. He drained its flight mechanism, killing the specialized cells that allowed it to fly. The creature plummeted. Izuku rode it down, draining more and more of its enhanced abilities. By the time they hit the ground, the Nomu was barely functional. Fire Hero blasted it with flames to keep it contained. That was reckless. The hero shouted at Izuku. You could have been killed. But I wasn't. And neither were those people. His phone buzzed. Multiple messages flooding in. Aizawa, where are you? Hosu City is under attack. Report immediately. Ochako, news says Hosu is being attacked. Please tell me you're not there. Unknown. You feel it, don't you? The threshold calling. Use your power, save the city, and complete the ritual. You can't help yourself. Mortem. That last message confirmed it. The attack was designed to force him into using his full power. Every person he saved, every death he prevented, was bringing him closer to whatever the threshold opening required. But what choice did he have? Let people die to avoid playing into the cult's hands. No, heroes didn't make that choice. Another explosion, 3 blocks east. More screams. Izuku ran toward them. Dash dash dash. The next hour was a blur of combat and rescue. Izuku encountered pro-heroes, Manuel, whose water quirk was helping fight fires, Native, who was coordinating evacuations. They were stretched thin, overwhelmed by the coordinated attack. Ooh, a student. Manuel called out when he saw Izuku's costume. What are you doing here? Helping, sir. Where do you need me? Alley 3 blocks south. Villains have civilians cornered. Hero killer Stain was sighted in the area. Stain, the vigilante who'd crippled Ida's brother. Who killed heroes he deemed false. Izuku sprinted toward the location, dread and determination mixing. If Stain was involved, this was about to get complicated. He found the alley easily, bloodstains leading to a dead end where 3 figures stood. Stain, his blade dripping red, stood over a downed hero. And 2 civilians cowered against the wall. But there was another figure. Tenya Iida, in his hero costume, facing down Stain with fury and pain written across his face. Iida, Izuku shouted. Midoriya. Iida's voice was strained. What are you? No. Get away. This is my fight. More false heroes, Stain said, his voice gravelly. Come to protect a system that breeds corruption. He moved like lightning, blades slashing at Iida, who barely dodged on his already damaged leg. Izuku intercepted, his hand catching Stain's blade. His quirk drained the metal, aging it until it snapped. Stain's eyes widened. A death quirk. Interesting. Let the civilians go, Izuku said. Your fight is with heroes, not them. My fight is with anyone who calls themselves a hero without embodying true heroism. Stain pulled another blade. But you, I've seen your sports festival match. You fight without killing when you could. You show mercy to those who don't deserve it. You might actually be worthy. I don't need your approval. No, but you have it anyway. Stain turned to Iida. Unlike this one, revenge masquerading as justice. False heroism at its worst. Iida's engine quirk roared. You crippled my brother. He charged. Stain's counter was brutal, a cut that drew blood, activating his bloodcurdle quirk. Iida froze mid-stride, paralyzed. Izuku, you moved before Stain could finish the kill. His hand found Stain's wrist. I'm only going to say this once, Izuku said quietly. Stand down. I can drain your quirk, your strength, everything that makes you dangerous. And I will if you force me. Stain studied him for a long moment. Then he smiled. You remind me of what heroes should be. Fine, I'll retreat. For now. He looked at Iida. But you, engine boy. If I see you playing hero for revenge again, I won't show mercy. He vanished into the shadows, moving with speed that Izuku's exhausted body couldn't match. The civilians ran immediately. Izuku collapsed beside Iida, releasing the paralysis by draining the bloodborne quirk from Iida's system. Why did you let him go? Iida demanded, tears streaming down his face. He hurt my brother. Because killing him would have made you a murderer, not a hero. And I know that. You don't understand. I understand that revenge isn't justice. That being a hero means being better than the villains, even when it hurts. Izuku helped Iida stand. Your brother wouldn't want you throwing away your future for vengeance. Iida's anger crumbled into grief. I just wanted to make it right. Then become a hero he can be proud of. That's how you make it right. Before Iida could respond, both their phones buzzed simultaneously. Emergency alert. All heroes to Hosu City Center. Major villain convergence. Class S threat. Class S. The highest threat level. Reserved for villain attacks that could level cities. They ran. Dash dash dash. Hosu City Center was a war zone. The Threshold cult had revealed their full force. Dozens of robed figures, multiple Nomu, and at the center, a massive ritual circle carved into the street itself. Glowing with sickly purple light. Pro-heroes engaged on all sides. Endeavor's flames versus Nomu. Manuel's water against cult members. Native coordinating evacuations. And in the center of the ritual circle stood Mortem, his mask glowing with the same purple light. Pure Reaper. His voice boomed across the battlefield. The Threshold calls. You've used your power to save, to protect. Now feel it resonate. Izuku felt it. A pulling sensation in his chest. His quirk reacting to something in the ritual circle. The deaths he'd prevented, the lives he'd saved, Somehow it was all feeding into whatever Mortem was trying to accomplish. Lady Entropy warned me about this, Izuku muttered. The more I use my power tonight, the stronger the resonance. But I can't just not save people. Then we don't have a choice. Iida said, engine quirk already revving. We fight. We stop the ritual. They charged into the chaos. Izuku's quirk was screaming warnings, death marks everywhere, overlapping and contradictory. The ritual was distorting reality itself, making death unpredictable. A Nomu lunged at him. He drained its enhanced muscles, reducing it to normal strength. Iida's kick sent it flying. Cult members attacked with quirks designed to kill, poison, electricity, blades. Izuku countered each one, his training with Lady Entropy letting him manipulate the transitions. Poison became medicine. Electricity became light. Blades became brittle. But there were too many. And every technique he used, every death he prevented, made the ritual circle glow brighter. This is it, Mortem screamed. The threshold opens. Death becomes real. The ritual circle exploded with light. A crack appeared in the air itself, not a portal like Kurogiri's, but something worse. A tear in reality, showing a space beyond where death was the foundation of existence. The threshold. And it was pulling at Izuku specifically, calling to the pure Reaper aspect of his quirk. Mortem grabbed him. Complete the ritual. Become the key. Izuku's quirk flared defensively. But Mortem's body was already dead, some kind of necromantic technique that made him immune to death manipulation. You can't drain what's already corpse, Mortem hissed. Now open it. The pull was overwhelming. Izuku could feel his quirk reaching toward the threshold, drawn like iron to a magnet. If he let go, if he stopped fighting, the entire world would end. Lady Entropy's words echoed, death is not your enemy. Fear of death is. Izuku stopped fighting the pull. Instead, he redirected it. His quirk surged not into the threshold, but into the ritual circle itself. He didn't open the gateway, he drained it. Killed the very concept of the ritual, aged the magical patterns until they crumbled to nothing. The threshold crack screamed as it sealed. Mortem stumbled back. No. Impossible. You can't kill a ritual in progress. I just did. Izuku's Reaper form activated fully. Black veins across his entire body, death aura visible to everyone. Because I'm not just a pure Reaper. I'm a hero. And heroes don't let the world end. He touched Mortem's chest. The Death Knight's corpse form provided no protection against what Izuku did next. He didn't drain life, Mortem had none. Instead, he drained the necromantic energy animating the body. Killed the magic itself. Mortem collapsed into a pile of bones and dust, truly dead for the first time in decades. The Threshold cult members scattered. Their leader defeated, their ritual broken. The Nomu fell as Endeavor and other pros overwhelmed them. Within minutes, the battle was over. Izuku collapsed, Reaper form fading. He'd used more power tonight than ever before. Had pushed himself further than he'd thought possible. And he'd stopped the apocalypse. Heroes surrounded him, Endeavor, Manual, Native. Checking if he was injured, demanding explanations. But all Izuku could think about was Lady Entropy, dying in a warehouse to buy him time. About the journal in his pocket, containing knowledge that could change everything. About the date he'd missed with Ochako, and how he had no idea how to explain any of this. His phone buzzed one last time. Unknown. You've passed the first test. The threshold remains closed. But know this. Pure Reaper, you can't fight alone forever. Next time, we'll be ready. And next time, you'll have to make an impossible choice. Let someone you love die, or open the threshold to save them. Sweet dreams. M. The message deleted itself before Izuku could screenshot it. He stared at his phone, exhaustion and dread mixing. This wasn't over. It was just beginning. Chapter 7. Reaper's Resolve. The aftermath of Hosu lasted 3 days. Investigations. Interrogations. Medical checkups. Hero Commission officials asking the same questions in different ways, trying to understand how a first-year student had prevented an apocalyptic ritual that pro-heroes hadn't even known was happening. Izuku told them most of the truth. Lady Entropy's warning. The Threshold cult's plan. Mortem's defeat. He left out the journal, that felt too personal, too dangerous to put in official hands. Some knowledge needed to remain secret. On the 4th day, UA reopened. The attack on Hosu had made national news. And Izuku found himself once again at the center of a media firestorm. Death Quirk student stops ritual, hero or lucky. Pure Reaper legend, fact or fiction. UA's controversial student saves city. Raises questions. He ignored most of it. Let them talk. Let them debate. He knew what he was. What bothered him more was the look in his classmates' eyes when he returned to the dorms. Not fear, he'd expected that. But concern. Worry. Like they thought he might shatter at any moment. Midoriya. Ochako practically tackled him in the common room. You're okay. I was so worried. The news said you fought dozens of villains and some kind of death cult and, are you actually okay? I'm fine, he said automatically. Liar. She pulled back, studying his face. You look exhausted. When's the last time you actually slept? Define sleep. More than 2 hours at a time. Then, not recently. She grabbed his hand and started dragging him toward the couches. Nope. You're taking a break. Right now. No arguments. Ochako, I need to. Break. Now. Her tone left no room for discussion. The other students in the common room watched with various expressions. Bakugo was scowling but didn't comment. Todoroki nodded approvingly. Kirishima gave a thumbs up. Izuku let himself be pulled down onto the couch. Ochako sat beside him, close enough that their shoulders touched. I'm sorry, he said quietly. About the date. About disappearing without explanation. You saved a city, Midoriya. I think that's a valid excuse. Her voice was gentle but firm. But you scared me. The news kept showing footage of you fighting, and all I could think was what if something happened and I never got to tell you. She trailed off, cheeks going pink. Tell me what? That I. She took a breath. That I really like you. Not just as a friend or classmate. Like, really like you. And I know this is terrible timing, and you just fought a cult, and you're probably exhausted, but I am. Needed to say it, band heroes don't always come home and. Izuku kissed her. It was impulsive, driven by exhaustion and emotion and the sudden overwhelming need to show her that he felt the same. Their lips met for just a moment before he pulled back, eyes wide with realization of what he'd just done. Sorry, I should have asked first, that was really forward, I just. Now Ochako kissed him back. Longer this time, her hand coming up to cup his cheek. When they separated, both were flushed. So, she said, slightly breathless. I'm going to assume that means you like me too. Very much. Good. Her smile was radiant. Then after you've rested and things calm down, we're going on that date. A real one. No villain attacks, no death cults, just us. I'd like that. Finally. Mina's voice from across the room made them both jump. Half the class was watching with various degrees of amusement. We've been waiting for you two to figure it out for weeks. You were not subtle, Kirishima added. Very unmanly levels of pining. I wasn't pining, Izuku protested weakly. You were absolutely pining, Todoroki said flatly. It was painful to watch. Even Bakugo snorted. Took you long enough, Deku. I was about to lock you both in a closet. The embarrassment was overwhelming, but also, nice. Normal. Like he was just a teenager with a crush, not the pure Reaper who'd prevented the apocalypse. Alright, Ochako said. Waving off the teasing. Show's over. Midoriya needs rest, and you all need to mind your own business. Despite the protests, the common room gradually returned to normal activities. Ochako stayed beside Izuku, her hand in his, and for the first time in days he felt some of the tension ease. Thank you, he said quietly. For what? For being normal. For treating me like I'm made of glass or like I'm dangerous. You're not glass. And yeah, you're dangerous, so is Bakugo, so is Todoroki, so am I if I drop someone from high enough. She squeezed his hand. But you're also kind and smart and you use that danger to protect people. That's what matters. Before Izuku could respond, Aizawa entered the common room. Midoriya. My office. Now. The atmosphere shifted immediately. Aizawa's tone wasn't angry, but it was serious. Official. Izuku stood, squeezing Ochako's hand once before following his teacher. They walked in silence through UA's corridor. Until they reached Aizawa's office, a sparse room with a desk, filing cabinets, and a sleeping bag in the corner. Principal Nezu sat in one of the chairs. The small creature's usual cheerful expression was subdued. Sit, please, Nezu said. Izuku sat, dread coiled in his stomach. First, Aizawa said, "You're not in trouble. Let's establish that immediately." Some of the tension eased. However, Nezu continued, "We need to discuss what happened in Hosu. Specifically, your encounter with Lady Entropy." Izuku tensed again. "How did you? Security footage from the warehouse district. Also, I witness reports of a young woman matching Lady Entropy's description from 40 years ago." Nezu's eyes were sharp. "She gave you something. We need to know what." Izuku's hand moved instinctively to his pocket where the journal rested. Could he lie? Probably not to Nezu, who was terrifyingly intelligent. Could he refuse to answer? Maybe, but that would create more problems. A journal, he admitted. Her research on death manipulation techniques. Methods to control and resist the threshold opening. May we see it? No. The word hung in the air. Aizawa's eyebrows rose. Nezu tilted his head. "That's a bold refusal," Nezu said mildly. "Care to explain?" "Lady Entropy gave it to me because she didn't trust the Hero Commission. Said they'd either lock it away or use it to suppress my quirk. She wanted me to learn from it. To be prepared for what's coming." Izuku met Nezu's eyes. "With respect, sir, I trust Ua. I trust you and Aizawa-sensei in All Might. But I don't trust everyone in the hero system. And until I know who's compromised by the threshold cult, I'm keeping that journal private." Silence. Then Nezu laughed, a genuine sound of delight. "Excellent reasoning. You're absolutely right not to trust blindly. And your assessment matches our own investigation's findings." "Investigation? We've been looking into Hero Commission corruption for weeks," Aizawa said. "Ever since the USJ attack patterns suggested insider information. Turns out, 3 high-ranking commission officials have ties to the threshold cult. They're under investigation now. So you understand why I can't hand over Lady Entropy's research." "We do," Nezu agreed. "However, we need assurance that you'll use that knowledge responsibly. Some death manipulation techniques are ethically questionable at best. I'm only interested in the protective applications. Soul tether, transition manipulation, threshold resistance." Izuku pulled out the journal, showing them the table of contents but not letting them touch it. "She included instructions for resurrection and immortality techniques too, but I'm not touching those." "That's playing God." "Good instinct." Aizawa leaned forward. "But here's the real question, Midoriya. The threshold cult will try again. They've been attempting to open that gateway for decades, and you're the first pure Reaper they've gotten this close with. What's your plan?" "Train harder. Master the techniques Lady Entropy taught me. And when they come, because they will come, I'll be ready to stop them permanently. Alone, if necessary." "Wrong answer." Aizawa's voice was sharp. "Heroes don't work alone. That's villain thinking. But my quirk is too dangerous." "Your quirk is a tool. Dangerous in the wrong hands, life-saving in the right ones. And right now, you're proving you have the right hands." Aizawa stood. "You stopped a ritual that would have killed millions. You saved Hosu City. You've earned the right to be trusted. So stop trying to carry everything yourself." The words hit harder than any villain's attack. Izuku realized he'd been doing exactly what he criticized others for, treating himself as an exception, as someone who had to handle everything alone. "What do you suggest?" he asked quietly. "We create a task force," Nezu said. "Selected students and teachers who know about the threshold threat. People you trust. Train them in counter-cult tactics, coordinate responses. Share information." His paws steepled together. "The threshold cult operates in shadows. We bring them into the light. Who would be on this task force?" "Your choice, primarily. But I'd recommend Todoroki, Bakugo, and Uraraka from your class. All 3 have proven themselves capable and trustworthy. Plus selected pro-heroes, Aizawa, All Might, myself. Perhaps a few others as needed." Izuku thought about it. Having backup, having people who understood the threat, it made sense. And it meant he wouldn't have to lie to his friends anymore. "Okay," he said. "Let's do it." The task force was briefed the next day. Izuku stood before the small group in a secure conference room, Ochako, Todoroki, and Bakugo from Class 1A, All Might, Aizawa, and Nezu representing the faculty, and surprisingly, Gran Torino, the retired pro-hero who'd mentored All Might. "Thank you for coming," Izuku started, feeling awkward about leading a meeting. "I know this is sudden, there's a threat that goes beyond normal villain activity." He explained everything. The Pure Reaper legend, the Threshold cult, Lady Entropy's warning, the ritual in Hosu. He showed them the Jorn. Al, though he didn't let them read the dangerous sections. When he finished, the room was silent for a moment. Then Bakugo spoke. So basically, you're a key to an apocalypse dimension, and cultists want to force you to open it. That's accurate. And you've been dealing with this alone because you thought it was too dangerous to tell anyone. Yes, you're an idiot, Kachan. A brave idiot, but still an idiot. Bakugo crossed his arms. You think you're the only one with a dangerous quirk. Half of UA could level a city if they lost control. But train together, support each other, and don't try to be lone wolf edgelords. He's right, Ochako said gently. You're not alone in this, Midoriya. We're a team. Indeed, Todoroki added. You helped me accept my full power. Let us help you control yours. All Might's hand settled on Izuku's shoulder, the thin hand of his true form, not the muscular symbol of peace persona. Young Midoriya, I understand the urge to protect people by handling dangers yourself. I struggled with that my entire career. But being a symbol doesn't mean standing alone. It means being a pillar that others can lean on, and that leans on them in return. The weight in Izuku's chest finally lifted. He'd been so focused on being strong enough to handle everything that he'd forgotten the first lesson of heroism: no one saves the world alone. Thank you, he said. All of you. Enough sentiment. Gran Torino said gruffly. Let's talk strategy. The cult will attack again. Probably during the provisional license exam. High stress, lots of students, perfect conditions to push the Pure Reaper to his limits. The license exam is in 2 weeks, Aizawa confirmed. We'll have security, but if the cult has commission members compromised, then we prepare for the worst, Nezu finished. Midoriya, you'll need to master more of Lady Entropy's techniques before then. The rest of you will train in anti-cult tactics. We'll be ready. The meeting continued for another hour, plans forming. Combat drills. Information sharing protocols. Contingency plans for various attack scenarios. By the end, Izuku felt something he hadn't felt in weeks: hope. Not hope that everything would be easy, but hope that he didn't have to face it alone. The next 2 weeks were brutal. Izuku trained with Lady Entropy's journal every spare moment. The soul tether technique became second nature. He learned transition manipulation, changing states rather than just ending them. Practiced threshold resistance, building mental barriers against the cult's ritual magic. But he also trained with his task force. Coordinated attacks with Todoroki's ice and fire, Bakugo's explosions, Ochako's gravity manipulation. Learned to trust them with his vulnerabilities, to let them cover his weaknesses. The provisional license exam approached like a storm on the horizon. The night before, Izuku sat in his dorm room with the journal open to a technique he'd been avoiding. Death mark manipulation, the ability to not just see death marks, but change them. To choose how someone would die, or even prevent their death permanently. It was the closest thing to playing God that the journal contained. A knock interrupted his reading. Ochako entered without waiting for permission. They'd reached that level of comfort. Hey, she said, sitting beside him on the bed. Nervous about tomorrow. Terrified. Me too. But also excited. Is that weird? If it is, we're both weird. He closed the journal. I keep thinking about what happens if the cult attacks during the exam. If I have to choose between completing the test and stopping them. Then you stop them. The license can wait. The world ending can't. But you all need your licenses. Need the chance to become heroes. We're already heroes. She took his hand. Licenses are just paperwork. What matters is what we do, not what some certificate says we can do. When did you get so wise? I've been spending time with this really smart guy. Some of it rubbed off. She leaned against his shoulder. Promise me something. Anything. Promise that tomorrow, no matter what happens, you won't try to sacrifice yourself. That you'll trust us to help. That you'll come back. Izuku thought about all the ways the exam could go wrong. All the scenarios where sacrificing himself would save others. But he also thought about Ochako's hand in his. About his classmates who'd become true friends, about the task force who trusted him. I promise, he said. No sacrifices. We all come back. She kissed him, soft and sweet and full of hope for a future where death quirks and apocalypse cults didn't define every moment. When they separated, both were smiling. Get some sleep, Ochako said. Tomorrow we show everyone what Class 1A can really do. The provisional license exam took place at the Takoba National Stadium, a massive complex designed for large-scale hero training. Thousands of students from hero schools across Japan, A.L.L. competing for limited provisional licenses. Class 1A arrived as a unit. Izuku scanned the crowd, noting potential threats. Most students looked nervous but excited. Normal exam energy. But he also spotted figures in the crowd who didn't quite fit. Civilians with military postures. Exam proctors who moved with combat readiness. His death marks flared, showing dozens of possible violent futures. They're here, he murmured to Aizawa. I know. Stay alert. But don't attack first, we need evidence. The exam began with a mass combat scenario. Students wore targets on their bodies, hit 3 targets, and you pass to the next round. Chaos erupted immediately. Izuku's team moved as a practiced unit. Ochako provided aerial mobility. Todoroki created ice barriers. Bakugo blasted through opposition. And Izuku used his death marks to predict attacks before they happened. They were dominating. Too easily, actually. Something was wrong. That's when the stadium lights died. Emergency lighting kicked in, bathing everything in red. And from the stadium entrances, figures in threshold cult robes poured in. Dozens. Maybe hundreds. The exam had been compromised. All students evacuate. A proctor's voice boomed. This is not a drill. Villain attack. But the exits were already blocked. Cult members at every escape route, herding students toward the stadium center. Toward a massive ritual circle. That hadn't been there before, hidden beneath the arena floor, now glowing with purple light. Pure Reaper. A familiar voice echoed through the stadium. Mortem stood at the ritual's center, somehow. Restored despite Izuku having destroyed him in Hosu. You stopped us once. But we've adapted. This ritual doesn't require your willing participation, only your presence. The circle activated. Purple chains of energy shot out, wrapping around Izuku's limbs. He tried to drain them, but they weren't physical, they were made of the same threshold energy that his quirk resonated with. No. Ochako grabbed his arm, trying to pull him back. Todoroki's ice tried to freeze the chains. Bakugo's explosions tried to shatter them. Nothing worked. Izuku was dragged toward the ritual center, his classmates fighting desperately but uselessly against magic designed specifically to counter physical quirks. Midoriya. Ochako's scream cut through the chaos. Pro-heroes engaged the cult members, Aizawa's erasure shutting down quirks. All Might smashing through robed figures with overwhelming force. But there were too many, and the ritual was already active. Izuku felt the threshold pulling at him. Not his quirk this time, but his soul. The chains were anchoring him to the ritual, using him as a living key. The crack in reality appeared again, larger than in Hosu, more stable. The space beyond was visible, a realm where death was the foundation. Where endings were beginnings, where entropy ruled absolutely. Beautiful and terrible in equal measure. Complete the opening. Mortem commanded. Let the threshold consume this world. Let death reign eternal. Izuku's mind raced. Lady Entropy's journal had covered this scenario. What to do when the ritual was already active and forcing his participation? The answer was terrifying. He had to enter the threshold himself. Go into that death realm, find the ritual's anchor point on the other side, and destroy it from within. It would probably kill him. The journal had been very clear about that. But it was the only way to save everyone. I'm sorry, Izuku whispered, looking at Ochako. At Todoroki and Bakugo fighting through cult members to reach him. All Might's desperate face as the symbol of peace tried to break through the magical barriers. Thin chains. Instead, he poured his quirk into them. Not to break them, but to ride them. To use the IR connection to the threshold as a bridge. What are you doing? Mortem screamed. Saving everyone, Izuku said. Reaper form activated at full power. Black veins across his entire body. Death aura so intense it killed the air itself. Creating a vacuum. His eyes went completely black, no white remaining. And he stepped into the threshold. The death realm was nothing like reality. Up was down. Flowed backward and forward simultaneously. Every surface was made of endings, buildings that had died, people who'd died, concepts that had died. A graveyard of everything that had ever ended. And at the center, A massive structure that pulsed with wrongness. The ritual anchor, a tower built from compressed death energy, feeding power to the ritual circle in the real world. Izuku walked toward it. Each step took years off his life. He could feel it. The death realm was anathema to living things. Even with his death manipulation, even in Reaper form, he was dying here. But he kept walking. Figures emerged from the death landscape. Shadows of people he'd failed to save, people who'd died because he wasn't fast enough or strong enough. His guilt-given form. You can't save everyone, they whispered. Death always wins. We're proof. No, Izuku said. You're proof that death is real. But you're not proof that it's stronger than hope. He touched the first shadow. Instead of draining it, he used the transition technique. Killed its form as guilt and let it transform into memory, painful, but not consuming. The shadow faded peacefully. One by one, he transformed his guilt into memory. His failures into lessons. His fear into determination. By the time he reached the tower, he wasn't afraid anymore. He placed both hands on its surface. This ends, he said. The threshold closes. Death returns to being a part of life. Not its master. His quirk poured out. Not Reaper's gift anymore, something more. The pure Reaper's true power. The ability to command death itself, to tell it where and when and how to exist. The tower began to crumble. Not into dust, but into potential, death energy returning to its natural scattered state rather than concentrated wrongness. The ritual anchor shattered, and the threshold screamed as it sealed. Izuku woke up in a hospital bed. White walls, antiseptic smell, the steady beep of monitoring equipment. His whole body felt like it had been wrung out and put back together wrong. You're awake, a familiar voice said. Recovery girl sat in a chair beside his bed, looking more tired than he'd ever seen her. How long? Izuku asked, his voice rough. 3 days. You've been in a coma since the stadium. Your quirk was so depleted we weren't sure you'd wake up at all. She adjusted his IV. You also aged 5 years in the threshold. You're technically 20 now, though your legal age is still 15. Izuku looked at his hands. They did seem different, more mature, slightly scarred in ways they hadn't been before. The ritual stopped. The threshold sealed completely. Hero Commission experts say it won't be openable again for at least a century. You did something to the fabric of reality itself that made it inherently stable. Recovery girl's expression softened. You saved everyone, dearie. But you gave us all quite a scare. My classmates, waiting outside. I'll let them in, but only for a few minutes. You need rest. She left, and moments later the door burst open. Ochako practically flew to his bedside, tears streaming down her face. You idiot. You promised you wouldn't sacrifice yourself. I didn't die, Izuku pointed out weakly. You went into a death dimension. That's basically the same thing. She was laughing and crying simultaneously. Don't you ever do that again. I'll try not to. Todoroki and Bakugo entered more sedately. But their expressions showed relief. You closed the threshold, Todoroki said. Permanently. The cult is disbanded, Bakugo added. Mortem disintegrated when the ritual broke, and the other members surrendered. It's over. Over. The word felt surreal. Weeks of fighting, preparing, surviving, and it was just over. How's everyone else? Izuku asked. Some injuries from the cult attack, but nothing serious. Your quick action saved lives. Ochako took his hand. And the Hero Commission is giving provisional licenses to everyone who fought in the defense. You're officially a licensed hero now. We all are. Todoroki said. Class 1A earned it. All Might entered, his thin form somehow more present than his muscular one. Young Midoriya, you did it. You saved the world. We saved the world, Izuku corrected. I couldn't have done any of it alone. Damn right, Bakugo said. And you better not forget that. Next time you get a suicidal idea, you tell us first so we can talk you out of it. There won't be a next time. The threshold is sealed. There's always a next time. All Might's smile was gentle. That's what being a hero means. But you'll face it with friends beside you. They talked for a while longer before Recovery Girl shooed everyone out except Ochako, claiming that as his girlfriend, she was allowed visiting privileges. Alone with her, Izuku felt the weight of everything finally settling. I'm sorry, he said. For breaking my promise. I know why you did it. And I understand. She wiped her eyes. But Midoriya, you scared me. When you stepped into that crack in reality, I thought I'd lost you. That I'd never get to tell you how much you mean to me. You mean a lot to me too. More than I have words for. Then let me say it first. She took a breath. I love you. I love your terrible self-sacrificing instincts, your genius strategies, your stupid determination to save everyone. All of it. Izuku's heart felt too big for his chest. I love you too. Even though my timing is terrible and I nearly died before I could say it. She laughed through tears. Your timing is awful. But we'll work on that. She leaned down and kissed him, soft, and sweet and full of promises for a future they'd both survive to see. When she pulled back, both were smiling. So, she said, once you're out of here, we're going on that date. A real one. No apocalypses, no death cults. No villain attacks. Just us. Deal. Deal. 2 weeks later, Izuku stood before his classmates in their hero training ground. He'd been cleared for light duty, though Riko, very girl, had forbidden intense combat training for another month. The aging effect from the threshold had been permanent. He was physically 20 now, though mentally still 15. It felt strange, like his body and mind were slightly out of sync. But he was alive, and that was what mattered. All right, Aizawa said. Before we begin regular training, there's something that needs to be addressed. Midoriya. Izuku stepped forward. During the provisional license exam, you displayed abilities that went beyond standard hero training. You entered a death dimension, destroyed a ritual anchor that professional heroes couldn't even perceive, and sealed a threat that had persisted for centuries. Aizawa's expression was unreadable. Some people think that makes you too dangerous to continue hero training. That you should be monitored, controlled, or even contained. Izuku's stomach dropped. However, Aizawa continued, and his voice grew firmer, those people are idiots. You've proven beyond any doubt that you're not just a hero, you're one of the best heroes this generation will produce. Your quirk is powerful and dangerous. But so is nuclear energy, and we still use it to power cities. Power isn't the problem, intent is. And your intent has always been heroic. He pulled something from his pocket, a card with Izuku's photo and information. This is your provisional hero license. Officially approved by the Hero Commission. With no restrictions or limitations. You've earned it. Aizawa handed it over. Welcome to professional heroics, Reaper. The class erupted in applause. Ochako W. As cheering loudly enough to shake the training as clapping, though he was also scowling to maintain his image. Hell yeah, Deku. Bakugo shouted. About damn time they recognized you. Izuku looked at the license. His hero name was listed, Requiem. The name he'd chosen at the sports festival, a musical piece for the dead but also a remembrance. A promise to honor every life, including those that ended. Thank you, Izuku said to Aizawa. Then to the class, all of you. I couldn't have gotten here alone. You bet your ass you couldn't. Bakugo grinned. Now let's get to training so I can still beat you at something. The training session that followed was intense but joyful. Class 1A worked together like a well-oiled machine, each person knowing their role and trusting their teammates completely. Izuku partnered with Ochako for combat drills. Their quirks complemented each other perfectly, her gravity manipulation giving him aerial mobility, his death touch providing precision attacks. They moved together like they'd been training for years instead of months. You're getting better at this, Ochako said as they took a water break. At fighting, at being part of a team. She smiled. When we first met, you were so used to being alone. But now, you're actually relying on people. I had good teachers. He squeezed her hand. And good motivation. After training, they finally went on that promised date. A small cafe near campus, nothing fancy. Just coffee and conversation and normalcy. This is nice, Ochako said, sipping her drink. No villains, no death cults, no apocalypses. Just us being teenagers for a while. Quote, it's weird, Izuku admitted. I keep waiting for something to go wrong. For another threat to appear. There will be other threats. That's hero work. But right now, in this moment. She reached across the table and took his hand. Right now, we're just Izuku and Ochako. Not heroes, not students. Just us. I like that. Just us. They talked for hours about everything and nothing. Future hero plans, favorite foods, embarrassing childhood stories. The kind of conversation that built relationships rather than just filling time. When they finally left the cafe, the sun was setting, painting the sky in shades of orange and gold. "Hey," Ochako said as they walked back toward campus. "I know you're not supposed to do intense training yet, but want to practice some zero-gravity flight." "Just for fun." Recovery girl said. "No. I'll tell her you tripped." Izuku laughed. "You're a terrible influence. You love it." "I do." She made them both weightless, and they floated above the campus, watching the sunset from a perspective most people never saw. The city stretched out below them, all those lives continuing their daily routines, unaware of how close they'd come to ending. Izuku had saved them. All of them. Not alone, never alone anymore, but he'd been part of it. The Death Quirk kid who everyone had feared had become the hero who prevented the apocalypse. "What are you thinking about?" Ochako asked. "How far we've come. How much has changed since the entrance exam. We've definitely leveled up." She leaned against his shoulder as they floated. "So what's next? Now that the threshold is sealed and the cult is disbanded. Graduate. Become professional heroes. Show the world that Death Quirks can be forces for good." Izuku looked at her. "Build a life with you. If you'll have me." Her smile was radiant. "That's the best plan you've ever made." They floated there as the sun set, two heroes at the beginning of their journey, with a foot. You were bright with possibility stretching before them. Below, their classmates emerged from the dorms, looking up at the floating couple. "They're disgustingly cute," Mina declared. "It's very romantic," Suyu agreed. "I'm going to throw something at them," Bakugo announced. "Don't you dare," Kirishima said, laughing. "Let them have this." Todoroki watched silently, then smiled, a rare, genuine expression. "They've earned it." All Might stood apart from the students, his gaunt form somehow still commanding. He looked up at Izuku and Ochako floating in the sunset, and his eyes held pride. "Young Midoriya," he said quietly to himself. "You've become the hero I always knew you could be. Not despite your quirk, but because you refused to let it define you." Aizawa appeared beside him, hands in his pockets. "He's going to be one of the greats. He already is." 6 months later, at Class 1A's end-of-year ceremony, Izuku stood before the assembled students and faculty. "This year has been," he paused, trying to find words. "Chaotic, terrifying, amazing. I came to UA expecting to prove that Death Quirks could be heroic. Instead, I learned that quirks don't define heroes, choices do. We all make that choice every day. To be better, to protect others, to stand up even when it's hard." He looked at his classmates, the people who'd become his family. "Thank you," he said simply. "For accepting me. For fighting beside me. For showing me what it means to be part of something bigger than myself." The applause was thunderous. Afterward, at the celebration party in the common room, Izuku ND himself surrounded by friends and well-wishers. His mom had come, tears of pride streaming down her face. Even some professional heroes had stopped by to congratulate the class. But the moment Izuku treasured most was late in the evening, when things had quieted down, and he stood on the dorm roof with Ochako, looking at the stars. "So," she said, "second year starts in a few months. Ready for more adventures. With you. Always." "Good answer." She kissed him, soft and sweet. "Because I'm not going anywhere, Reaper. You're stuck with me. Best fate I could ask for." They stood together under the stars. Two heroes at the beginning of their story, with countless adventures ahead. Izuku's journey had started with fear and isolation. Had been shaped by prejudice and danger. But it had led him here, surrounded by people who loved him, armed with a power he'd learned to master, and ready to face whatever came next. The pure Reaper legend was over. The threshold was sealed. The cult was disbanded. But the story of Izuku Midoriya, the Deathbringer hero, Requiem, was just beginning. And he couldn't wait to see where it led. Epilogue. 10 years later, pro-hero Requiem stood atop a building overlooking the city. His reputation as one of Japan's most effective heroes well established. His death manipulation quirk, once feared, was now respected as a tool that saved lives when other quirks couldn't. Beside him stood Uravati, his partner in heroism and in life. The wedding ring on her finger caught the sunlight. "Got a call," she said, checking her phone. "Trouble downtown. Villain. With a regeneration quirk that's not responding to normal suppression. Sounds like my specialty." Requiem smiled behind his skull mask. "Ready. Always." They jumped together, her zero gravity and is refined control letting them fly toward danger, toward people who needed saving, toward the life they'd built together. A life where death wasn't feared. Where power served purpose. Where a boy once called monster had become a hero. The story of the pure Reaper had ended. But the legacy of Requiem would continue. Forever. Then end out meals with the efficiency of a military operation, while Stu